Okay, we are starting with the training. So, a very good morning to all of you. I and a warm welcome to all my experts and the
Okay, we are starting
participants
with the training. So,
who are watching me live on
a very
YouTube Live. Um, I'm Dr. Swati Gupta. I'm Deputy Secretary Skill Unit CBSC, and on the behalf of my entire team, I welcome you all again. So, typography and computer applications and shorthand English are one of the most well-taken courses of by these people and offered by the board, and it is one of the oldest courses that are offered by the board. In order to keep us updating, today we have experts from academia and industry who can help us understand more about these courses, its vertical and the nuances of these courses. So to begin with, we have today with us, Miss Shubh GV. Ma'am is Assistant Professor in Computer Engineering Department, Ambedkar DSEU, Shakarpur campus. She has a teaching experience of 29 years and her qualifications include MTech. She has written chapters for books on typography and computer applications for class 11th and 12th. So now I welcome Shubha ma'am to please come online and say a few words, especially how we can, what is the future prospect of these courses and how do the teachers, upgrade themselves so that the students get a better job in the market.
Yeah, thank you, Swati ma'am. Just let me adjust that.
Yes, ma'am, please.
So, am I audible?
Yes.
Yeah, actually, in 11th and 12th, whatever that computer application the students are studying, they are the most basics of computer application subjects. Like you can say in future also, in whichever field they go, before that they should know the basics of the computers. So whatever they are studying in 11th and 12th, especially some of the office automation packages also they are studying. So these courses will be useful for them in future, like even after 12th, if any students wants to pursue his or her career, so they can go for data entry jobs also, or as an office assistant also they can join if they are well versed with these two courses. I think this will be helpful for the students, though they are basics, but in future if they are going, even they are doing higher studies, they will be very helpful.
All right. Thank you so much, ma'am. And the next expert is for shorthand English. Today we have Priyanka Mehta, ma'am. She is faculty for office management at YMCA Delhi. Her qualification includes MBA with specialization in MBA finance from IMT Ghaziabad, a diploma in office management from YMCA Delhi. She has successfully conducted various exams for government organizations, including SSC and AAI, and she has just extempo competition organized by Delhi Traffic Police. Beg my pardon. So I now welcome ma'am to please come online and say a few words.
Thank you, Swati ma'am. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Ma'am, shorthand, I'll be taking shorthand classes today. So shorthand is a language which will help the students, to write the notes effortlessly. It will help them to enhance their speed of writing, which they cannot do generally by writing in English. And as a personal assistant, if they join somewhere, then they can take down notes without missing anything. Moreover, now they are learning this skill at 11th and 12th grade, so they can choose their career path in the right way. After completion of 12th, they can decide in which field they want to go, because nowadays vocational education is being given equal importance like other regular curriculum or courses. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Priyanka ma'am. We really understand that both these courses are very well job aligned, and anybody who takes a very good training in both or either of these courses, they have a very good future prospect. So today we will be starting with the training, and there are few points, a few hygiene checks, as I say. For the experts, I would like to mention that Since only Gmeet is for the experts and the participants are watching you live on YouTube, so there will be a lag of 30 to 40 seconds. So whenever you are asking a question or whenever you expect them to answer, please wait for some time, or you can just ask a question, move on to something simpler, and then come back to the answers. I will be telling you the answers, whatever they are posting on the chat box. So I also request the participants to please be very forthcoming in these trainings, because these are assessment linked trainings. Whatever questions the faculties or the experts are asking you during the session, you can always give their answers, put them on the chat box, and I'll be communicating them to the experts. Secondly, as I have said, that these are assessment linked, so you need to be very careful when you are going through the sessions, because your all assessments are linked with the sessions. So this is a way of being not just being present but mindfully present in the sessions and understand what is going on. Also, the assessment links will be sent only on the Gmail IDs which you have registered with. So please don't expect us to send you assessment links on any other IDs other than the ones you have registered with. Attendance link shall be floated during the sessions, and only those participants who have registered themselves shall fill up the assessment attendance link. Separate links for both typography and computer applications and shorthand English shall be floated during the sessions. So kindly fill only those attendance for which you are registered for. So in the morning we are going to be having computer typography and computer applications, and in the afternoon, that is after 12, we will be having shorthand English. So accordingly, please be present for the session and mark your attendance. And assessments will be only sent after 2:30 once the whole day sessions get over. So you will have good 2 hours to give it back to us. By 4:30 you can send it back to us, the assessments. But before that there will be no assessments that will be given. So only after 2:30 you will be have the assessments. Only registered candidates and those who have filled up their attendance shall be given the assessment links. So with this, I thank all my experts. Priyanka ji will be joining you after 12:30, and Shiva ma'am, I will request you to please take over the session. I would not take much of your time now. Thank you.
No, shall I start now? Yeah, shall I wait till 10:30?
No, ma'am, you can continue. You can
You
start.
can start.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Today, yeah, I will be taking the topic. Like first, I will take the topic computer hardware, and in the second topic, actually, I will take the topic computer hardware in detail, and I will just touch some points about the MS Word, that is Microsoft MS Word, that, or you can also call it as word processing. So in the computer hardware, as you all know, what actually is computer and what are the different types of hardware devices we use in the computers. Though computer is combination of both hardware and software, so we will study only about the computer hardware. Yeah, you will come to know some like latest technology also along with the whatever hardware devices we are using in the computer. So in the hardware devices, usually in whenever you see any computer, so when you see the computer, what you will see? You will see first the monitor, and then you will see the keyboard or mouse. Along with that, you will see one case. We can say a box. If you are using desktop, you can see the box. Or if you are using laptop is whatever hardware devices are there in the laptop. You can't see the hardware devices, but you can also in the laptop also you can see the monitor and the keyboard, and of course If you have mouse, that mouse you can see. But in the computers, apart from these, what we are seeing from outside, so inside the computer there are a lot of hardware devices, and to run those hardware devices we are using a lot of software also, like whatever hardware devices are there. Even if you are seeing the monitor, you are seeing the input and output on the monitor. Like I am teaching this topic, you are watching this on the monitor of your computer. So this is what we are seeing. So if I am watching whatever on the computer, that is monitor. So though the monitor is a hardware device, and there are so many hardware devices inside the computer, to run this, yeah, to see that what I am teaching, so you are using some software also. So computer is not just computer has the hardware devices, it's a combination of hardware and software devices, and you need some software to run those hardware devices also. So in the computer, mainly these hardware devices, we divide them into three types of devices. Like first is input device, output device, and then storage device. So mainly we divide into these three types. Apart from the storage, input and output, there are other hardware devices also there in the computer. Like apart from input, output, storage, you have motherboard. That is the main board on which the processor chip is inserted. So apart from the motherboard, like you are using input devices, so those input devices also attached to that motherboard, and you have output devices. Maybe that output device is part of your computer, or it can be a separate peripheral device also. And then you have different storage devices inside the computer. So this motherboard, it's a main equipment, hardware equipment you can say. So on that motherboard there are many types of chips inserted, and even your, like we are using storage devices that are also connected to that motherboard, and main processor chip is inserted on the motherboard. So apart from motherboard, you have input, output, uh, storage devices, and then you have graphic cards, you have sound card. So whatever the operations that is going on inside the computer, for all those operations you have both hardware devices and the software devices. So first I will start with the storage device. So what are the storage devices you have in your computer? So what is the use of storage device? Why do we store in the computer? See, whenever you think of computer, see, even you are using mobile, you are using small devices, but when you think of computer, what you actually think? Even in the mobile, we are storing the data. In the computer also, we are storing the data. So where actually we are storing those data? To store the data, we need some devices in the computer, so that data will be properly stored. Only for storing the data, not only for storing the data, for processing the data also you need some storage devices. So, what do you think in this computer? Let me ask the audience. What do you think? Which device will be helpful for processing the this one? The in terms of processing, what is the use of which device you use for processing? Like when I am telling storage devices are not just used for storing the data, yeah, information. You are also using these storage devices for processing also. Which device apart in the on the screen you can see some primary storage devices and secondary storage devices. In the primary storage devices, you see RAM, RAM, and cache memory. And in the secondary storage devices, I'm mentioning these floppy disk, hard disk, CD drive, DVD drive, Blu-ray disk, pen drive, and memory card. These are some of the storage secondary storage devices. Like this, we can divide these storage devices into primary storage devices and secondary storage devices. So in these primary and secondary storage devices, apart from the storing the data or information, there are some devices that are used for processing the data. So in that process, for processing the data, what do you think of the this one storage? Which storage device you think that it is useful for processing the data among all these devices? Can anyone tell the answer? Like ROM, RAM, cache memory, yeah, hard
Ma'am,
disk.
you need to wait for few seconds because it's a lag on YouTube.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay?
okay, ma'am, it's
You
okay.
can repeat your question if you want.
Okay. See, I mean to ask, like you have storage devices. Storage devices are mainly used to store the data and information. But some storage devices, they are also used for processing the data. So which device do you think that it is useful for processing the data?
We have certain replies.
Yeah,
Most
ma'am.
people are talking about RAM,
Yeah,
hard disk, ROM, again RAM. So mostly RAM, ROM, and hard disk.
yeah. Thank you. So,
AUI. Somebody has said AUI. I don't know what.
no.
SSHD, cache.
Yeah, cache memory, hard disk, HD is nothing but hard disk. For hard disk, they are telling HD. Okay, it's a nice
Okay, so a lot of
answers.
people are replying. Thank you all.
Yeah, thank you, everybody. So I know most of you already are aware of these storage devices. So storage devices are not just for storing the data and information. Whenever you are storing the data, apart from storing and data, data and the information in the storage devices, when the processing is done inside the computer, like you are inputting some information into the computer, and that information needs to be processed. Like for example, if I am using MS Word, I am writing some text in the computer. So that text, and I'm doing some modifications also, and then I will final output I will take as an in the as a hard copy or as soft copy. So I can also take that data, whatever data I have modified and finalized, I will take it as a backup also. So all these things are storing the data. See, we are storing the data. So before storing the data, we are also processing the data. Like I am entering one text in the this one MS Word. So whatever text I am entering, I am modifying also. So that modification that we are doing in this one in the so any software that we are using. So the RAM, what actually RAM does? RAM is a temporary memory. We call RAM as a volatile memory and ROM as the non-volatile memory. So RAM is volatile memory means what? It is storing some temporary data inside that memory, and whenever you switch off that computer, whatever data that is stored in the RAM, that will be erased. So that's why we call RAM as an volatile memory, whereas ROM as a non-volatile memory. And cache memory, so in whenever you are doing some processes, uh, some important, like during the process we use cache memory for some processing. So if you it is also a temporary type of memory, like we are not permanently storing anything in the cache memory, and in the RAM also you are not permanently storing the in the RAM. So these cache, that is RAM, cache memory, RAM, these are all used for processing also. Means in between the processing, if you are storing anything, those temporary files will be stored in the RAM and in the cache memory. So what about ROM? Like RAM, you are storing some data, and after when you switch off the computer, that data will be erased also. But what about the RAM? We call it as the read-only memory. Since we call it as read-only memory, means you cannot write anything into that RAM. That is read-only memory. So in this read-only memory, you have some predefined files. Yeah, you can also say functions, or you can also say some instructions that are already stored in the RAM. So whenever you buy any computer, that RAM is already there in your computer, and in that RAM, some files are already stored. Yeah, some programs are already stored in that RAM. So whenever you switch on the computer, if any hardware device of the computer, if it needs some help in terms of software, that software files will be stored in the RAM. So that's why we call it as like BIOS, yeah, bootstrap you can call. So whenever you start the computer, it is nothing but you are booting the computer. So you are booting the computer means you are initializing all the hardware devices that are inside the computers. So all those hardware devices will get initialized, and then the computer will start. So during that process, that computer needs some software, so that files will be stored in the ROM, that is read only memory. So main purpose of ROM is this, and then RAM is random access memory, we call it as random access memory. And randomly whatever temporary files that are to be stored in the computer during the process, so those things will be stored in the RAM, and of course in the cache memory. See why even these primary storages, when we use primary storage devices like ROM, RAM, and cache memory, the capacity of these chips are also different. Like RAM capacity is different, RAM capacity is different, ROM capacity is different, and cache memory capacity will be different. So ROM is usually you don't need very large capacity of the ROM. So ROM will be usually from 4 to 8 MB storage space. That will be that ROM capacity, and RAM Like you get 8 GB RAM, you will get 16 GB RAM, you get 32 GB RAM also. And RAM, you might have heard that you can also extend the RAM. So whenever you buy any computer, they will say, see, these computers, they have slots for extending this RAM. So why we mainly use RAM? See, RAM also speed up the computer. Main function of RAM is because you are storing some temporary files. If that capacity is large, so more and more temporary files will be stored and the processing will become fast. So RAM is indirectly or directly or indirectly, it is concerned with the speed of the system. Even cache memory is also concerned with the speed of the system. But since cache memory is very costly, usually the cache memory that is used in the computers, that capacity is less compared to RAM. And RAM, it comes with 8 GB RAMs you can have in the computers, or you can also have 16 GB, you can also have 32 GB, so on. So even if you have 8 GB RAM initially in the computer, if you want to extend, you can add on another 8 GB RAM, depending on the number of slots that are available in your system. Like some laptops or desktops, they come with two extra slots, means you can add two more RAMs, or it may have one extra slot, you can add one more RAM. So it means you can increase the RAM after buying the computer also, laptop or desktop, whichever you are buying, you can increase the RAM so that the speed of the computer will increase. Though speed of the computer is mainly based on the processor also, so some part of that speed is dependent on this RAM and cache memory. So these are the primary storage. We call them as primary storage devices. That is RAM, primary, or you can also call them as main memory in the computer. See, the computer, we divide the memory into two types, like main memory and secondary memory, or you can also divide them as primary storage devices and secondary storage devices. So these, in the main memory, we have these three types of memory, that is ROM, RAM, and cache memory. So when we have so much of a main memory, why do we go for secondary storage devices? Can anyone tell what is the use of secondary storage device when we are using already three primary storage devices? What is the main use of secondary storage devices?
We can wait for a few seconds.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah.
Okay, the question is what is the use of
What is the
sec-
when we already have primary storage devices? Why do we go for secondary storage device? What is the use of secondary storage devices?
Okay. So we are still awaiting some answers. Exporting data to store extra information, to store externally, secondary is permanent and available to user, portability, to store offline, to store data permanently, temporary memory is needed, limited storage capacity in primary memory,
Yeah, that is also one
store
type.
data and programs for later retrieval, easy
Yeah.
portability. That is majorly the most people have answered.
Okay, thank you. I think most of the answers are right. Like primary memory is not sufficient, so we go for secondary memory. Apart from that, primary memory is not sufficient. You can also say, like in the primary memory, RAM is not permanent memory. So whenever you load any software in the computer, where do you store those softwares? We are loading into the hard disk. So that's why we go for secondary storage device. And even apart from that one reason, there is one more reason, like primary memory is very costly. You cannot have higher primary memories, so we go for secondary storage devices. And in the primary memory, the capacity is less, so we go for secondary storage devices. So main secondary storage that we use in the computer, we call it as hard disk. Though floppy disk, cd drive, they are all just used as a backup, or you can say to load anything to the computer. The main storage device that we use is hard disk, because hard disk, the capacity of hard disk will be very high. Like nowadays we get 20 terabyte capacity hard disk. So earlier we used to have hard disk in terms of MB, that is megabytes. I know most of you know about byte, megabyte, and then gigabyte, and then comes terabytes. That is the capacity. Like how do we measure the hardware devices in the computer? By using these bytes, megabytes, kilobytes, sorry, kilobytes and then megabytes, gigabytes and terabytes. So this capacity of hard disk nowadays, whatever hard disk we are getting, it is in terms of terabyte we are getting the hard disk. So the capacity of the hard disk is so large, we can save all your software, whatever software you are loading into the computer, everything will be stored in the hard disk. So that is the main reason we go for secondary storage device. Though floppy disk, CD drive, DVD drive, there are one Blu-ray disc or pen drive. They are all external storage device, you can say, because they are not part of the computer. Though that device is attached to computer, but the main storage device is hard disk. Like in the floppy disk, though nowadays we don't use floppy disk, just like pen drive is an external storage device, so floppy disk also it's a external storage device. So if you want to take any backup, you can use floppy disk, or if you want to take the higher capacity of the backup, then you will go for CD drive, DVD drive, depending on the capacities. Floppy disk comes first, and then CD drive, and then DVD drive, and then Blu-ray disc, and then this pen drive and memory card. So all these are secondary storage devices only, but they are not, though you can store in these secondary storage devices, but they are just external storage devices. Secondary storage devices means if you want to take any backup, or if you want to load something into the computer, then you use these secondary storage devices. But hard disk is what? That is the main secondary storage device, or the main storage device of the computer, where all the softwares are loaded. So, for example, if I'm going to tell you about MS Word. So, MS Word is a software, office automation software, you can say. So, if you want to load the MS Office software into the computer, so whenever you are loading it into the computer, you are storing that software in the hard disk. So, all these softwares will be stored in the hard disk during the process. Like if you are doing any process in the computer, like you are inputting some document in the computer, you are processing that document, you are changing that document. So all this processing, when you are doing those processing, then comes the primary storage device. So during that whatever input you are giving, that will be sent to RAM, and then the processing will be done. After completing the process, again in the hard disk, the final document will be stored in the hard disk. That's why we are storing the everything in the hard disk, because whenever you again open the computer, whatever you want, you can access from the hard disk, because it's a permanent storage device. So primary storage device, I already explained what actually is ROM. ROM is a read-only memory, and this memory cannot be changed. See, read-only memory is nothing but you can take the files from the ROM, but you cannot write into that. You can read from the ROM, but you cannot write into the memory. So that's why we call it as non-volatile memory. Next is random access memory, that is RAM. This we call it as volatile memory, because when you switch off the computer, whatever files that are stored in this RAM, that will be erased. That's why we call this RAM as the volatile memory. And then cache memory, it is used to store data and instructions that are frequently required by the CPU. Like process, CPU is nothing but what? Central processing unit, or you can also say processor. See, processor, when it is processing, if it needs anything immediately, like frequently it is needing something, those things will be stored in the cache memory. So why it is so fast? Because it is small memory and it is very fast. That's why we go for cache memory. Means frequently, if you are using any instructions, that will those things will be stored in the cache memory. So in the secondary storage devices, already in the storage devices, I told you about the hard disk drive. So hard disk drive is also a non-volatile memory hard drive, because it whatever data you are storing in the hard disk, it will be permanently stored in the hard disk. See, apart from hard disk, there is one more device, secondary storage device, that is solid state drive. See, nowadays, if you go on, if you go to buy a computer or laptop, that is desktop or laptop, you might have heard that they say that when they explain you the technical specification that particular laptop or desktop, they usually say about the SSD instead of hard disk. They say this laptop or desktop, it has SSD. What actually is SSD? See, in the earlier computer we used to use hard disk. Even nowadays also many computers they use the hard disk drives. SSD are the latest secondary storage devices. So they are based on the flash memory based, like memory card also it is a type of flash memory. So like memory card, this solid state drive, they also use the flash memories. So that's why they are very faster. They are much faster than the hard disk drive. Like if you are using any computer, gaming computers, if you take up any gaming computer or any business computers, you might have seen whenever you go to buy the computers, there are many different varieties of computers. Some computers are meant only for business purposes. Some are meant for only personal, for using personal purposes, and some you might have heard about gaming computers. Nowadays, gaming computers are variety of gaming computers are available in the market. So this type of gaming computers, they need very fast processing. In those laptops or this one desktops, they use the SSD, that is solid state drive. Instead of hard disk, they use the SSDs. Even in the servers, like in any organizations, if they have server is nothing but what you take in any organization. There are so many computers, all computers are connected to that server is the main computer from which all other computers are sharing the data, or even they can also share they will be in the network, and they can also share the software, they can also share the hardware. So that we call it as the server. So in such type of servers, even in educational institutes, they use the servers. See, if the whole institute is computerized, yeah, it is under the network, then they use the servers. So in the server, all the data will be stored so that the other users can access the data from the server. So thus, in such type of servers also, the processing will be very fast. We go for SSDs. In that type of computers, they use the SSDs. So nowadays, go for solid state drives instead of hard disk drives, depending on the usability. Like you are using for your personal use, then hard disk is enough. You can store the data, and whatever the speed is available using hard disk, that is enough for personal use. But if you are using for gaming or for animation purposes, yeah, for business purpose, they can go for SSDs. So this SSD is the latest technology in secondary storage devices. So compared to hard disk, like in the hard disk, I told you 20 terabyte hard disk we use nowadays, but SSD capacity will be less compared to HDD, but it is faster than hard disk. Like in the SSDs, the capacities is like 120 GB to 4 terabyte. It may be lesser than 128 GB also, 120 GB also. So depending on the type of SSD you are purchasing. So usually maximum is 4 terabyte. So it is the highest, you can say, SSDs that are available in the market. So the capacity of SSD is less, but the fast, that is it is very fast compared to hard disk drive. Next comes the CD drive and DVD drive. Like hard disk and SSDs are permanent storage devices, but CD drive, DVD drive, and Blu-ray drive, they are external storage device. You can also call them as external storage device, though they are attached to the computer. But the purpose of that using this CD drive and DVD drive will be either you can write the data into the computer, or you can read the data, or you can also write into the disk. Like if you are using CD drive, if you want to take any backup, you can take a backup in the CD drive. Or if you have some information in the CD drive that has to be transferred to the computer, that also you can do by using the CD drive. So only difference between CD drive and DVD drive is it is CD drives has the lesser capacity and DVD has the more capacity than the CD drives. Means DVD drives, they can store 15 times more data than the CD drives. That is the only difference. And speed also, there is some difference between the speed between CD drive and the DVD drive. Next is Blu-ray disc. After CD drive, you know DVD drive. So DVD drive is faster than CD drive. Next comes the Blu-ray disc. It is faster than both of these two, that is CD drive and the DVD drive. And one more advantage of Blu-ray disc is it is mainly used for storing the high definition videos and multimedia files. Like nowadays, in the TV also you are getting the high definition videos. So even in laptops, high definition videos you can see, and even in mobile also we use the high definition videos. So to store this high definition video and multiple that is multimedia files, because if you are using high definition video, it means that video capacity is very large, so it takes lot of space. So for such type of files we are using the Blu-ray disc. So even using the Blu-ray disc, you can transfer the data into the computer, or you can also take the backup by using the Blu-ray disc, or you can also for multimedia files. So where the capacity of the files, a size of the file is very large, in that cases we use the Blu-ray disc. So these three are the disc, that is CD drive, DVD drive, and Blu-ray disc. Depending on the capacity or depending on the size of the file, these three are used. Next is memory card. What actually is memory card? Has anyone used memory card, and where you have used these memory cards? Yes, can anyone tell what actually is memory card and where you have used memory card?
All right, so we can have the question um, again so that the participants can answer it. Ma'am, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, memory card. Where actually you are using memory card in daily life?
In mobile, camera phone,
Yes,
laptops,
yes,
digital camera, phone camera, mobile phone, mostly that is the answer.
yeah. Okay, thank you. So I thought it should be some interactive this session, because if I go on just telling this one explaining this whatever I am explaining, I should also know what actually the audience know about these things. So memory card, I think it's the most commonly used in mobiles, because every one of us we are using smartphones, and we need large memory space because of the social media. If you are into social media, naturally every day whatever you are using doing in the social media, that backup you are taking in the computer, sorry, in the mobile. See, even if you don't want to take the backup, indirectly it is you are taking the backup. Like if you are using Facebook, backup will be there. If you are using WhatsApp, there will be a backup. So for all these things, because of usage of mainly the social media in the mobile, we need memory card. Means why we go for memory card? In your mobile, if the capacity of the memory, that is depending on the capacity of your phone, like you may have 32 GB, sorry, 8 GB memory in the phone, you may have 16 GB memory in the phone. So depending on the memory, if that memory is not sufficient, we can also use the memory card in the mobile phone. So that using memory card is just to enhance the size. Means if you want to store more data in your mobile phone, you go for memory card. So same memory card you can also use in the cameras, and you can also in the laptop also. See, if you have memory card drive in your laptop, then you can insert the memory card. Like if you have a memory card that you have used in the mobile, you have memory card that you have used in your camera also. So you have taken so many photos and videos in the memory card. If you want to transfer those things into the computer, then if you have memory drive, even if you don't have memory drive in your laptop or desktop, you can just purchase a external drive. You will get a external drive, memory card drive. You can insert that memory card in that drive, and you can transfer all the data from your memory card to your laptop or desktop. So that's the main advantage. See, if you can also nowadays you can also store your data in your mail ID and you can transfer, or if you have large amount of data, then you can store in the memory card and you can transfer the data into the computer. Even if you have data in the memory card and if you want to transfer it to any other phone also, you can transfer that data using those memory card. So there are plenty of memory cards available in the market, different sizes of memory cards. Like they start with 2 GB memory card, 2 TB memory card also available in the market. So you can purchase those memory card for to enhance the capacity of your either phone or laptop. So you can also insert the memory card in the laptop and use that as an extra for extra memory. So that thing also can be done. Or if you are using memory card in camera or in that is phones, And if you want to transfer the data into the laptop, then also you can use it as in the laptops or desktop, whatever you are using. So it's a type of memory card is also mainly used to store the data. Next is pen drive. So pen drive, I think the most common used secondary storage device, external storage device, or you can also call it as USB drive. Also, you can say USB device. Also, you can say, because pen drive is inserted into the system, that is either laptop or desktop, by using the USB drive. If you have USB drive in your laptop or desktop, then you can insert that pen drive. So, what is the pen drive is also the main. Though it is non-volatile, pen drive is non-volatile because whatever you are storing in the pen drive, it is not erased. It is permanent data only. Unless and unless you erase by yourself, that will be stored in the pen drive. So that we call it as a non-volatile. Whereas the technology we are using in the pen drive is RAM technology. See, whatever that random access memory technology is used in RAM, the same technology used in the pen drive, but only difference is RAM is volatile memory, whereas pen drive is non-volatile. Because whatever you are storing in the pen drive, that unless and until you erase that, the user erase the data, that will be stored in that memory. So pen drive, you can also call it as USB drive, key drive, or flash memory. So you can also call with these three names as pen drive. So these are the different storage devices. Firstly, primary storage devices, and then second is secondary storage devices. After knowing the different storage devices, we will come next to input devices. So what actually is input device? Input device is nothing but if you are inputting anything into the computer, or you are giving some data to the computer, or you are feeding some data and information into the computer, then we call it as through which you are inputting those data. That type of devices we call them as input devices. Means you are giving some data into the computer, you have to have some input devices so that you can send that input into the computer. The most commonly input devices we use is keyboard and mouse. So every computer will have keyboard and mouse. It is the most common input device. So apart from input device, keyboard and mouse, we have joystick, light pen, trackball, and then scanner, graphic tablet, microphone, magnetic ink card reader, optical, that is character reader, OCR we call, and then barcode readers, and then optical mark reader. So all these are input devices. Means to input anything into the computer, you are going to use these input devices. So in the input device, we have first we have keyboard. So keyboard is the most common input device that we use. So every computer will have the keyboard. Even if you don't have, nowadays you get laptop without keyboard also. Touch screens is available. You can just attach the external keyboard to that laptops. So but keyboard is the main device, you can say, for inputting the data into the computer. So this keyboard, if you know typewriting, just like in the typewriter you have different keys, same type of keys are available in the keyboard. So if you are very good, you have speed in the this one using the typewriters, you can also develop the same speed using the keyboards in the computers also. So in the in the typewriter also you have different keys, and in the keyboard also you have different keys. So depending on the type of function you are using, like in the laptop the number of keys will be less, and if you are using some external keyboards, the number of keys may be more. Like you can also have 104 keys, you can have 106, 7. Depending on the keyboard, there will be different types of keys in the keyboard. There are some common keys like number keys, function keys, some special character keys. These keys are common, but if you want to have some more extra this one keys, then the keyboard may come with 106 also. Sometimes in some keyboards they have 128 keys also. So depending on the operation, the for which computer you are using those keyboards, depending on your necessity also, you can purchase the keyboards. And if you are purchasing external keyboard, if you have laptop, they have inbuilt keyboard also. If you want external keyboard for, you can also attach keyboard to laptop also or to the desktop. Next is mouse. Mouse is also a common pointing, though it is not, we call it as input device, but it is a point. You can also call it as the pointing device because using the mouse you are pointing on the monitor. You can say whenever you are pointing anything on the monitor, we can see cursor on the monitor. So the cursor will be moving because you are using the pointing device. So mouse is a type of input device and you can also call it as the pointing device. Next comes joystick. Like keyboard and mouse, they are commonly used in the laptops and desktops. But joysticks is also a pointing device, so that if you want to move the cursor position on the monitor, so for moving those cursor position, you can also use the joysticks. So where actually these joysticks are used, because joysticks it can be moved in the all the four directions. Like you can also move it left, right. You can also move it to upside and down. So all the four directions you can move the joystick. So usually joystick is used in the gaming. This one, if you are playing any game in the computers, you can use the joysticks. Yeah, any operation where you need the pointing, like if you want to point anything on the monitor, then you can also use the joystick. So apart from joystick, you have one more that is input device, that is light pen. So light pen, we call it as the pointing device, or you can also call it is just similar. It is just like pen, the ordinary pen you are using, and if you are using that pen and you are drawing on the monitor screen, that is also light pen. So using light pen, either you can use any pad and you can write on that pad, or you can also, if you have touch screen, this one laptops or desktops, you can directly write on the touch screen on the screen by using this light pen. So that's why we call it as the input device. Light pen is also a type of input device. After doing light pen, you have trackball. So in some laptops, you might have observed there will be trackball that is inserted on the laptop itself. So instead of mouse, you can also use these trackballs. So the operation of this trackball is just like mouse. It is also using. This is also used for pointing the device. So trackball can be. You can have external trackball also in the computers, or you can some in laptops. You might have seen that it is inserted on the laptop also. So it is already there in the laptops to use as a pointing device. So such type of device we call it as the trackball. Next is scanner. See, if you want to scan anything, instead of photocopy machine, it works just like a photocopier machine. So if you have any document or if you have any image, whatever paper you have, that information is available or in your paper. If you want to transfer that information into computer, then we will go for scanner. So scanner is also a type of input device only. So you will just insert the paper in which you have the information in the scanner, and when you scan that paper, whatever that information is there in that paper, that will be transferred to computer. Yeah, it is directly transferred to hard disk because whatever you are inputting into the computer, you are storing that in the hard disk. So from the scanner, you are transferring the information by using papers. Like paper, you if you have even image, if you want to scan your photo, also you can scan. So you can, when you scan, that will be transferred into the computer. So whatever you are scanning from the scanner, if you want to edit that document, you can also edit the document in the computer. Next is digitizer. So digitizer, I think in this pandemic, most of you are aware of these digitizers or digital pens. Also, you can say you will get one pad and a pen with that. So if you want to draw anything if you want to draw anything, like you are taking online classes, when you are taking online classes, if you want to show, if you want to draw anything and show to the students, then you can use this digitizer. You might have used this digitizer for that type of purposes. So digitizer, what actually it does, whatever analog you are drawing something, it is nothing but analog input. You can call it as analog input that will be transferred into the computer as a digital input. So that we call it as the digitizer. So it's also a type of input device. So whatever you are drawing, that will be shown on the monitor, or it is transferred to the computer in the digital form. And then comes microphone. Microphone is also a type of input device. If you want to input sound into the computer, then you can use the microphone. So if you are taking any classes, online classes, you might have used these microphones. So the microphone is also a type of input device. Next comes MICR, that is magnetic ink card reader. Can anybody tell, have you seen this magnetic ink card reader? Where actually you have seen this magnetic card ink card reader?
So the question is placed by ma'am. I hope you all please write your answers.
See, some of these input devices, usually when you go out in the market, you see these commonly used input devices. So MICR, yeah, magnetic ink card reader, it's also a type of device where actually you have seen this device.
Yeah, they are going to be taking some time, ma'am, because there is a lag. So we can just wait
Okay, you
for
can
a
make
few
it.
seconds more.
Okay.
They are saying in the bank
Yes.
for reading check numbers,
Yes.
passbook barcodes, MICR to be used to process checks in bank, shopping malls,
Yeah.
banks, mostly banks. I'm getting.
Mostly backs. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So this magnetic ink card reader, it is mostly available. You might have seen in the banks. So the main purpose of this magnetic ink card reader, see the name itself tells it is using some ink. It is trying to read that ink, particular type of ink. So it's mainly used in the it's these card readers are, that is magnetic ink card reader. It is mainly used in the banks. So in the banks, you might have seen if they want to read the MICR number, the check number, they use this magnetic ink card reader. So because so many checks are processed in a day, see in a single day, so many people are coming and they are putting the checks in the banks. So so many checks will be available in the this one bank. So if to process all those checks, they use this MICR because they cannot just check whether the check is original or not, or if they want to feed that check number into the computer, or the IFSC number will be there, MICR number will be there. So especially MICR and then check number to read those two numbers on the check. So these card readers are used. See on the check that MICR and check numbers, they use some special ink that we call it as that particles of magnetic material. So those special ink is used on those checks so that these MICR can read those checks. So in mainly banks we use this MICR, that is magnetic ink card readers. So even for inputting the data also, they will not just read those data, they can also transfer that data into the computer. Like check number can be transferred and MICR number can be transferred. Next is optical character reader. It's also type of input device. So it will read the printed text. So you have some printed text. If you want to read, you can use such type of machines, that is optical card character readers. Next come barcode readers. So if you go to any shopping mall, you might have seen, in supermarkets, in stationery shops, you might have seen these barcode readers. So it is very widely used in these type of this. Even if you go to any bookstall, if you want to buy any books, on the books also there will be barcode. And even nowadays in the checks, that is passbooks also, you get the barcode. So barcode readers, they read those barcoded. See whatever that barcoded code is there, that the data you can see in the light and right, that is light and dark lines, in the type of lines, and there are some numbers written in the below those lines also. So these barcoding, whatever barcoding devices you have, to read those barcodes, we use these barcode readers. Like usually these barcodes are available on these one stationery items, yeah, grocery items, or in the books also you can see, and even in the passbook also these barcodes will be there. So the people can use these barcode readers to read those. They will scan that barcode, and the when they scan that barcode, that number will be transferred to the computer. Or you can see in the markets, like in the supermarkets, they will just read those, scan that barcode, the item number will be transferred into the computer. So they will have the list of items related to that particular number. So then they will choose that number. See, instead of typing each and every item name, they already have the package, that software they have in their systems. In that software they will have item number for each and every item, and they will have some codes for each and every item. So when they scan this barcode, the same the matching items will be listed on the computer. So they will choose from those items, and easily they can do the billing. So mainly for billing purposes it will become easy if they use the barcode readers. That's why in the supermarkets, in like in the banks, they install some machines to read the passbooks. Like, instead of going and getting the passbook entered in the banks, if you have barcode on your passbook, you can just insert in the machine, that is barcode machine, and it will check the barcode. When it scan that barcode, that account number will be displayed on the screen, so that you can verify that account number and you can process that passbook. So these barcode readers are mainly used, that is barcode readers, they scan that barcode, and that data will be transferred to the computer or whatever machine you have. Into that, that particular data will be transferred. So these are also type of input device. Barcode readers also, reader also, it is a type of input device. Next input device is optical mark reader, or you can say OMR. I think most of you are aware, must be aware of this OMR. Where actually these OMRs are used? As a teacher, I think most of you are aware of OMR.
All right, please place your answers on the chat box.
I think especially in the education institutes, these OMR are the very common thing. I think most of the teachers must be aware of OMR sheets.
In term 1 CBSC,
Yeah, seriously.
Kiranji very well said. In exams for MCQs, answer sheets, read the marks marked in a particular form, exam sheets, aptitude, MCQs. So it is mostly examination related.
Yeah. These optical mark readers, they are mainly used for reading the this one marks, like either by using the pen or pencil. You are marking on the paper. Those type of papers you can read by using the optical mark readers. So mainly these optical mark readers are used for conducting MCQ exams, like in CBSE exams, wherever there is option of MCQ, like you are just choosing one answer and you are just darkening that particular circle in the OMR sheet. So for MCQ answers, they can prepare OMR sheets, and even for sending some marks to the board, like CBSE board in colleges to the university, if you are sending the marks of the student, instead of writing the marks and again they have to enter that marks in the computer. Instead of that, if you fill the OMR sheet along with the student detail, you are filling the marks and you are filling the total marks and grading, everything will be filled on the paper. So when you fill those papers, that OMR sheets will be inserted in this optical mark reader, and they can easily transfer that result into the computer. So instead of every time typing that marks of each and every student, usually in the universities and in the school boards also like CBSE, They use these OMR sheets not only to conduct the exams, like entrance exams also they use OMR sheets, and in for storing the marks of the student, these CBSE board, yeah, universities, they use this optical mark reader, so that easily that data will be transferred to the computer. It will take less time. Instead of typing, instead of entering the data of all the students manually, or in the computer also, if you are entering, it takes lot of time. Which the result is there in the OMR sheet, directly they will scan, that result will be transferred to the computer. So that's why we use that is optical mark reader. So these are some of the input devices that we use. That is keyboard, mouse, joystick, light pen, and then trackball, scanner, graphic tablets, microphone, MICR, we call it as magnetic ink card reader, and then OCR, that is optical character reader, barcode reader, and then optical mark reader. So after knowing the input devices, before going to the output device, let me take this CPU. What actually is CPU? A processor chip that I told you. So on the motherboard of the computer, you will have the processor chip. That's why we call this central processing unit. The processor chip is inserted on the motherboard, depending on which processor you are using in that particular laptop or desktop. But what actually is CPU? That is central processing unit. It's a brain of the computer. See, in the computer, we call CPU as the brain of the computer, because all the data processing that is done in the computer, that will be done using the CPU, that is central processing unit. So you might have heard only about central processing unit, CPU. So when you go and buy any computer, you will ask how much CPU that computer is using. But nowadays, you might have heard about graphic processing unit. Instead of CPU, there are so many laptops and desktops. They come with GPU. So GPU, it's also a type of processor. This is mainly used for graphical purpose, multimedia files, like in the graphical, like animations. If you are doing any animation in the computer, so when you do any animations or videos, if you are editing videos in the computer, so you are rendering that particular videos. So such type of fast, because if you are using videos in the computer, you need large space also, and the speed should be very fast. To enhance that fees, instead of CPU, we go for graphic processing unit. Especially animation and gaming, though laptops or desktops, in those type of computers, they use the GPU. See, GPU can be separately used in the laptop, or it can come along with the CPU also. So you have CPU in the computer, along with that, for graphical purposes, GPU can also be there in that particular computer. Means both the processor can be there in the single laptop or desktop, or they can also be used separately, like you can have only GPU laptops also, yeah, desktops. So in these CPU, like central processing CPU is the most commonly used in the laptops and desktops. See, example of this processor is Intel Core. See, depending on the company, which processor you want to use in the computer, either you use Intel. The most commonly used computers are processors are Intel processors. Nowadays, because of these gaming laptops or desktops, these AMD processors are becoming more popular than Intel processors. Though both the processor of doing the same thing, but if the computers that you are using for gaming purposes, then AMD processors are more fast than the these Intel core processors, because for Intel core processor, they are manufactured mainly for business purposes and personal users. In these type of computers, these Intel processors are used. Whereas AMD processor, mainly they are used for gaming, multimedia applications. If you have using multimedia, yeah, video applications in your computer, then you can go for AMD processors. So these both the processors, they have different generations, yeah, different versions of the processors. Like in Intel iCore, the latest is i9. You have i7, i5, i3. Depending on the processor, the price of the laptop or desktop also increases. Like you are using the older version, then the laptop price will be less. If you are using the latest version, then the laptop or desktop price will be more. Same thing in the AMD processors. AMD processor, they have different generations like Ryzen 9, Ryzen 7, Ryzen 5, like that. So they have the different versions of AMD processors. So either you can go for AMD processor computer, or you can also take up Intel Core processor computers. So these two are the most popular companies that manufacture these processors. So in the laptop or desktop, you can use CPU, or you can also use GPU, that is graphic processing unit. So after knowing input devices, storage devices, and CPU, GPU, that is what are the processors, and next comes the output device. So what is the main purpose of output devices? The main purpose of using output devices to get the output. Yeah, if you either you can take the output in the form of soft copy, or you can also take the output in the form of hard copy. Hard copy means if you want to take the output on the paper, then we call it as the hard copy. Or if you are seeing the output on the monitor, or if you just want soft copy, then we call it as, you can also use these soft copies on the monitor. Means you can see the soft copy on the monitor, or you can also take backup of that output in the any secondary storage devices, extra storage devices also, you can take the backup of the output. So mainly these output devices we divide into three types, that is monitors, printers, plotters. That is most commonly used output device also you can call, that is monitor, printer, and plotter. See, monitors we can also call monitor as visual display units, or you can also call it as VDU. So they are the main output devices. See, in monitors also there are different versions of monitors. Like earlier in the monitors, we used to use cathode ray tube, and then came liquid crystal display, that is LCDs, you might have heard, and then LEDs, that is liquid emitting diode, and then came the technology that is organic light emitting diode, that's OLED. So these technology is also used in the TV. You might have heard about LED TV, LCD TV. So monitor is nothing but TV only. The same technology used in the monitor. And then you have plasma monitor, and you have touch screen monitors. So these are the different generations of a monitor, you can say, are different versions of monitors. So either you can go for latest, if you are going for the latest one, that is OLED, and then plasma monitors, and then touch screen monitors. So even TV can also be used as monitor. If you have any computer, if you want to connect that computer to TV, and instead of seeing on the monitor, if you want to see on the this one TV, you can also use TV as the alternative for the monitor, because same technology we are using in the TV also. That is LCD TV, you get LED TV, you get OLED TV, plasma TV, all these type of TVs are available. So they can also be used as monitors. Next comes printers. The printer is also an output device, and if you want to print any information on the paper, like if I want to see the output on the output, then I can also see on the monitor. If I want that the same output to be taken on the paper, then you can use printers for this output. So in the printer also we divide these printers into two types. First one is impact printer, and second is non-impact printer. What are these impact printers? Just like typewriter. See, in the typewriter, what happens when you type, when you press any key, that typewriter head will be there. It will just, that head will touch on the paper. That head will come into contact of that paper. So when you touch the paper, that particular alphabet will be printed on that particular paper. So the same technology is used in the impact printer. So it prints the characters by striking them on the ribbon, which is then pressed on the paper. Matlab, they are using the ribbon. We are using the same ribbon in impact printer, and there will be a head, printer head, that will strike on the paper. So that particular alphabet will be formed on that particular paper. So this type of impact, in the impact printer, the printer head will come in touch with the paper. So that type of printers we call them as impact printers. Example of impact printer is dot matrix printer, daisy wheel, and line printers. So where do we use these dot matrix, daisy wheel, and line printers? Where actually these impact printers are commonly used in our daily life? Can anybody tell where we use these impact printers?
Yes. So we have a question, ma'am. Can you please repeat it once more?
Yeah, where actually we use impact printer in our daily life?
Okay.
Yeah,
So,
where actually you are seeing these impact printers?
shop, dot matrix, railway reservation, banks,
Yeah,
printing press, banks, railway reservation. So these are the answers which are coming.
yeah, no. Thank you.
Government offices, banks, shops, billing, bulk printing.
Yeah,
So these are the answers, ma'am.
okay, thank you. So impact printer, as I said, though they are outdated, we say impact printers are outdated because we nowadays we use non-impact printers more often. But these printers are still used in railway reservation. It is, I think some of you have answered that as railway reservation. Yeah, in the railway reservation, if you go to railway counter, not online reservation, I'm telling you. When you go to the railway counters, they use these dot matrix printers to print the ticket. So, like in banks, also you might have seen line printers and dot matrix printers. In the banks, because they are using bigger papers, and they print large amount of data in the bank also. So, for that type of purposes, they use the impact printers. So these printers are still they are used in banks and railway reservations, are in billing purpose also. Some billing purposes, like in the shops also, they use dot matrix printers, and in the government offices there are some particular formats that are still printed on the impact printers. So that's why they go for impact printer, and they are cheaper version also. If they are using lot of print, if they are doing lot of printing, and if they want a cheaper version of any printers, then they go for impact printers. And in the non impact printer, see the characters that we are printing on the paper, that characters are we are printing without the ribbon. Like ribbon is used to uh, whenever you are using ribbon in the printer, it is nothing but that little head, that head will be coming in touching, it is touching the paper. But in the non impact printer, the paper does not compare, this one can't, it doesn't have the contact with the ribbon, because we are using some cartridges in the laser printers, like non impact printers. Either it is laser printer or inkjet printer. Like in the inkjet printer, ink is sprayed on the paper, whereas in the laser printer the whole paper is scanned under the laser rays, and that will be printed on the paper. So they doesn't come in contact with the paper directly. That's why we call them as non-impact printer. Impact is nothing but you are directly coming in contact with the paper, but in the non-impact printer, that printing is done without contacting the paper directly. So example of non-impact printers is inkjet printers and laser printers. So these inkjet printer and inkjet is also outdated nowadays. Inkjet printers are not commonly used. We usually use the laser printers. In laser printer also there are different types of printers are available nowadays. Earlier we used to have the cartridge. Now we have drums. So in the drums the ink will be filled, and that type of laser printers are used. And in the laser printer also we are getting wire printers. Wireless printers means you can have Wi-Fi also in laser printers. Wherever you want, you can sit anywhere, and you can send the print option to the print that particular printer. So through Wi-Fi also you can use the printers. So there are so different types of laser printers that are available in the market. So mainly in the printers, we divide all the printers into two types, that is impact printer and non-impact printer. So printer is an output device. Next, one more output device, that is plotter. So where actually plotters are used, it's also a type of output device. See, wherever you want to plot something on the paper, like you have some drawings that has to be plotted on the paper, then they go for plotters, like architecture plan of the building. If there is any plan of the building that is to be printed, then plotter can be used. And in the CAD applications, like if you are designing the mechanical components, like aircraft, example is aircraft, the different parts of the aircraft will be designed. So that type of designs can be taken out in the plotter. And even many engineering applications, wherever you have to plot, yeah, you have to take the printout of like drawings, designs, then you can go for plotters. They are very big. Plotters are very big. They also come in different designs depending on the purpose of that particular plotter. Like for architecture purpose, there are some plotters available, and for some engineering applications or designing also, there are some different types of plotters that are available in the market. So depending on the necessity and depending on the purpose of that particular design, the plotters are used to plot the thing. So plotter is a type of output device. So mainly we studied three types of output devices, that is monitor and then printer and then plotter. So when it comes to printer, so earlier we used to have printer, nowadays we use 3D printers. What is the main purpose of 3D printer? See, if you want to create any design, like you are designing something, and whatever design you have done, you want to take the print. So 3D is nothing but three dimensional. See, if you are using any ordinary printer, it is two-dimensional printer. So you are taking that printout on the paper. But in the 3D printer, we are taking the you are designing any object and using that some software, and you can create that object by using the 3D printers. So depending on the material that you are using, like depending on the object that you want to create, first you will design that object in the using the software in the computer. After designing that particular object, then if you want to take out that into 3D form, 3D form is you are forming that you are creating the object in the 3D form, and using 3D printers you can take out the object. You can form that object by using the 3D printer. Example, like in the dentistry they use, in the robots they use, in the bicycles, shoes, houses, guns, and then bioprinting in the health sciences, and then drug printing also is done by using the 3D printer. Even nowadays in the for constructions also, in the construction companies, they use these 3D printers to print the blocks. So you can directly print those blocks using the 3D printer and then use those blocks for the building purposes. And another main use is 3D bioprinters. So in using these 3D bioprinters, these organs, tissues, bones, they are also produced by using these 3D bioprinters. So the material used for that will be different, because depending on the material or depending on the product that you are going to print. So in the 3D printer, the material is not fixed. Depending on the type of printer you want, the material used will be different, and the printer is also different. Like for bio printing, the printer will be different, that 3D printer will be different. So they will take the printout. Yeah, they will take the 3D form, in the 3D form the organs, they will print those organs in the bioprinters, and that can be implanted in the human beings. So mainly for implanting, they are creating these organs, tissues and bones by using the 3D bio printers. So there are many uses of these 3D printers. So I have taken just some examples of 3D printers. Can anybody tell any other example apart from what I have told in this slide? Any other applications of these 3D printers?
All right, the question is there. Please Put your answers on the chat box. Any other use of 3D printers other than the ones that ma'am has said? We'll wait for a couple of more seconds, ma'am.
Yeah, yeah.
Construction, toy making,
Yes.
printing chocolates. Wow, that sounds tasty. Any other replies? CAD designing, yes. Furniture,
Yes.
selfie miniatures, construction, engineering drawing, building infrastructures, SolidWorks, jewelry design, bed sheets, fabric and ceramic mugs, architecture design, stickers. So we have a lot of these replies on the chat book. Manufacturing industries, architecture.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, there are plenty, very innovative answers. Even I got those, even some of them, even I didn't know.
Yes,
It's
yes,
nice that, yeah,
I'm finding that very innovative answers.
yeah, it's good to know that there are so many uses, applications of these 3D printers. So, after knowing 3D printers, I thought apart from these, knowing the storage devices, see, whenever we think about storage device, we always think about hard disk, CD drive, yeah, pen drive, yeah, external hard disk also. So you might be knowing that you can also use external hard disk to take the backup. Instead of using the pen drive, you can also keep one external hard disk and you can take keep backup in the external hard disk also. See, apart from these hard disk, pen drive, CD drive, Blu-ray drive, they are all commonly used. This one secondary storage devices. Say, for example, you have computer, yeah, you have laptop. If that laptop or desktop crash down all of a sudden, though we can even if the system crash down, we can also take the backup. Nowadays, we can always take the backup after also you can after crashing down also you can take up the backup. But still, sometimes what happens is you are sitting somewhere and you have like we are in the teaching profession, we have a lot of information of the students or the faculty or related to our subjects also. So these things usually what we do is we store in our laptops or computers. Like at home you have one laptop and in the college or school you have desktops, and there also you are storing information in the you are storing some information at home, and some information is available in your pen drive, or if you have hard disk, external hard disk, that information is stored in hard disk also. But sometimes what happens is some important information you want, you are at home and that information is available in your laptop in the or desktop in the school or college. Or sometimes what happens, you have stored something in the pen drive, that pen drive you lose that pen drive and you're not finding that pen drive and all your data will be lost. So these types of things, and even you have smartphones. Nowadays we are storing everything in a smartphone also. Even we access the mail in the smartphone, we store all the things in the smartphones. So we are having so many devices to access nowadays. Like you have some devices at home, you have smartphone, you have a desktop in the college, and you have pen drives, you have back for taking backup, you have external hard disk. So instead of using all these type of these things, devices, so you can also store your files in the cloud. So apart from these computer hardware devices that I have explained till now, I thought let me take some features of cloud also. Like cloud is what actually is cloud. I think mostly people must have used Google Drive, because if you have Gmail, then automatically you will have Google Drive. So Google Drive, we are storing the information in the Google Drive. So if you are storing information in Google Drive, it is nothing but you are storing your information in the cloud. So what is the main advantage of storing information and data in the cloud? You can access those files and applications anywhere, like from any device. Like in the mobile, you have the same Gmail ID, and in your laptop also same Gmail ID you are using. So whenever using Gmail ID, it will be syncing with your laptop. You might have seen if you are using smartphone, that Gmail will be synced with your mobile phone, and it is linked with your synced with your laptop also. In office, if you are using any computer, there also you are using the same Gmail ID. So you sit anywhere, you can access your information if you are storing that data in your Google Drive. So Google Drive is an example of cloud storage. See, cloud storage is nothing but what? You can access those whatever information you want from the cloud. Wherever you are, you can access that information. That's why we store the information nowadays in cloud. So why where actually this I am telling you cloud, like I am telling you like Google Drive. You have Google Drive and all the information you are stored in the Google Drive. So you are storing in the Google Drive means you are storing the information in the cloud. Cloud is not what actually is this cloud. Cloud is also a set of servers. They have some servers. They will store that data, whatever data we are storing in the Google Drive. It is nothing but we are indirectly storing that in the server of that particular company. Like you have Gmail ID, then you have Google Drive. Automatically you have Google Drive. Then that information is stored in the Google servers. So this type of storing we call it as the cloud storage. So this is it's very useful nowadays because you don't need to have access to so many devices. Even if you don't have all these devices not available with you, even you have smartphone, if you have stored all the information in your Google Drive, then easily you can access that information from the Google Drive. If you are asked anything from in the school or in your institute, like immediately you send the list of these students, you have that information in the Google Drive, you can immediately share that information. And in the Google Drive, you can also send the link to the students so that the students can access whatever information that is stored in your Google Drive, that can be accessed by using the link also. So there, apart from this Google Drive, see Google Drive, why I am telling you Google Drive again and again, because it is most commonly used drive. Because we have Gmail, if you have Gmail ID, then automatically you have the Google Drive. So this Google Drive is also limited depending on the type of mail ID you have. We have limited space in the Google Drive. If you want to have extra space, then you can pay and you can take the extra space from for Google Drive also. Apart from Google Drive, there are so many cloud storage devices. We call them as free cloud storage devices. Means freely you can subscribe to these drives, that is cloud storage services. If you subscribe to these services, you can store in those servers. Like if you are subscribing to pCloud, pCloud is an example of free cloud storage service. You can store in that particular server. In their servers, you can store your data. So these are the examples of some of the free storage, that is cloud storage services for keeping the backup. Like you have so much of data nowadays, if you want to keep the backup of those data, then you can use these services, free services from the for the cloud storage. Like Google Drive is the most commonly used drive. Then Mega, Dropbox, OneDrive, again Microsoft, it has OneDrive, Mega, pCloud, Mediafire, Dropbox, Box, Dago. See, these are all Amazon Photos. These are all some of the freely available cloud storage devices. If you want to use, you can use any of these devices for keeping the backup. So now, can anybody tell which cloud storage you are using? Even you can also subscribe to, you can pay for iCloud. We call them, if you are using iOS in your smartphone, you can go for iCloud also.
Also, ma'am has asked a question. I would request all of you to please put on the chat box. Ma'am, repeat your question once more.
So apart from these, do you know any other cloud storage, or you are using any cloud storage? If anyone of you is using any cloud storage.
Google. Suman Jain ji has written Google, Google Drive, Google Drive. Most people are writing Google Drive.
Yeah, most commonly used cloud storage is Google Drive and OneDrive.
OneDrive, yes.
Yeah,
People have written OneDrive also. Google and OneDrive. That is the
yeah.
maximum answer that is coming right now.
Yes, actually, when you have Gmail, then automatically you're using Google Drive. And if you are using Microsoft services like you have Windows in your system, then you will get OneDrive also. And in smartphones also, mostly we are using Google Drive. So apart from Google Drive, OneDrive, if you want to explore any of the free cloud storage devices, you can explore all these like Amazon Photos, Terabox, Yandex is there, Ice Drive is there, and then Dropbox also you can use. So these are some of the cloud storage devices. See, cloud storage devices, for example, I have taken Google Drive because you have Gmail, you are accessing Google Drive. Apart from Google Drive, in the Gmail, you even have Google Docs, you have Google Sheets. Like instead of using MS Word, if you want to store in your cloud storage, you can store in Google Docs, or you can also create Excel sheets in Google Sheets. So equivalent like whatever products we have in MS Office, that is Office automation products, the same products are available with if you have Gmail ID, that is Google Docs, Google Sheets. So you can also store the data in cloud by using these Google Docs or Google Sheets also. Like you are creating some student list in the computer by using Excel sheet. Instead of storing that data in your computer, you can also store in Google Sheets in Google Drive, so that whenever you want, you can access. And if you want to update or if you want to change, also you can use Google Drive and you can change immediately. And wherever you are sitting, you can just share that information immediately. So that is the main use of the using the cloud storage. So nowadays, cloud storage is the, you can say, mainly in everywhere we are using cloud storage. Even if you have mobile phones, like you are using mi mobile phone and then you change into Samsung, and sometimes you change it to any other. So whatever information that is, like you are storing so much of notes in the mobile phones, you are storing so much of information in the mobile phone. Because of this cloud nowadays, if you even if you change the mobile phones, it is really easy to take the backup and download the backup also. Because whenever you are using smartphones, automatically whatever data you are using in the smartphone, that will be stored in your, it is stored in the cloud of that particular company. Like you are using mi cloud, you are storing in the mi cloud. You are using OnePlus, you are storing the data in the OnePlus cloud. So every smartphone data, whatever data you are taking as a backup, or whatever contacts, yeah, photos, everything, whatever data information you have in your mobile phone, that will be automatically stored in the cloud. So that because it is stored in the cloud, it has become very easy to transfer data from one mobile to another mobile also. So your data will be safe in the cloud, you can download whenever you want. So this is also a type of storage device, though it is not hardware storage device. It's as a type of storage device where you can also keep the backup. So after knowing all these hardware devices, that is we studied input devices, output devices, storage devices mainly. Next we will study about something about the MS Word. MS is nothing but Microsoft Word. See, I am not taking all the commands of MS Word because most of you are aware of these common commands that we use in MS Word. Instead of taking up those common commands, I am just giving some tips of these shortcuts that we use in the MS Word. There are so many shortcut keys in MS Word, we can use those shortcut keys also. And there are some shortcut commands that we use in MS Word. So those commands I have taken some commands and I will just tell you about the different commands. So what is the main function of this, yeah, application of MS Word? Why do we use MS Word? Can anybody tell what is the main use of MS Word?
Okay, so the question is, what is the main use of MS Word? All of you are required to please answer your put your comments on the chat box.
You can say applications of MS Word. What are the main application?
Documentation,
Yeah.
text, documentation, um, basically documents, creating text documents, documentation and typing, word processing work, creating documents, typing. That is the majorly the most of the answers that are coming.
Yes.
Preparing of question papers.
Yes.
Okay. Resume, autobiography,
Yes.
um, typography in document preparation, mail merge,
Hmm.
uh, word artwork,
Yeah. You
digital
can also.
documentation, creating rich text docs,
Yes.
mm, writing letters, tables, mail merge, inserting graphical documents, creating documents, report writing, creating text documents. So all that is coming, ma'am.
Yeah, mainly I came to know that many of them are already well versed with MS Word. It means they know the features of MS Word and they have used MS Word. So I think most of you know what actually is MS Word, but still I am just pointing out some features of MS Word. First, you are creating, editing, saving, and printing the documents. See, main feature of MS Word is you can create the documents, you can edit those documents. You are not creating means not just creating, you can also edit that document. You can save that document and you can take the printout of that particular document. And you can also copy, paste, move, delete text within a document. See, whenever you are creating the document, if you want to copy the document from one place to another place, or if you want to move from one place to another place, or if you want to delete any text, or if you want to insert any text, all these things can be done by using the MS Word. And then you can also format the text, like you can change the font type, you can change the, you can make it bold, you can underline, you can italic, you can change the font, that is document into italics. So these we call it as formatting the text. It means whatever text you are typing in the MS Word, if you want to format the text, or if you want to change the look of that particular text, that formatting also can be done by using the MS Word. You can also create and edit the tables. Like for example, if you are creating resume, in the resume, if you want to have the table for qualification, like in the qualification you might have 10th information you want to include in that qualification, 12th marks, board percentage, everything, whatever information you have that you want to insert, and you have done degree or you have done post graduation, all these things you are including in the resume. So you can make it in a tabular form in the resume. So you can create that tables in this MS Word, and you can also edit those tables. See, in the MS Word, even you can also export or import from the MS Word. Like you can also send some commands from MS Word, or if you want to insert anything in the MS from other softwares, that also you can do. Like in the MS Excel, you have created a worksheet. That worksheet, if you want to insert in MS Word, you can also insert that into MS Word. Or if you have some illustrations, photographs, or if you have some slides you have prepared in PowerPoint, and those slides you want to insert in the MS Word, that also you can insert into MS Word. Means from, if you want to insert any element from other softwares also, you can export, or you can also copy and paste into this MS Word. So whenever you type any document, you are editing that document, then you can also correct the spelling and grammar of that document. Like if you have made any mistakes in the spelling mistakes in the MS Word document, Then you can also change that spellings, you can correct the spellings, and you can also correct the grammar of that particular text that you have typed. So that is part of editing of that particular text. Apart from these, we have some other features like if you have created a paragraph, you can change the size of the paragraph, you can change the spacing, you can give. If you have created any paragraph, if you want to space, leave some spaces between the lines, you can change that spacing. You can also change the style of the paragraph, you can change the alignment. Like if you want all the paragraph to be left aligned, right aligned, center aligned. So you can change the alignment, you can change. If you want to change the size of the text, you can change the size of the text. Or if you want to have some tab in the paragraphs, like I want first, every first letter of the paragraph start from fifth, this one character, that tab you can set for every paragraph. You can change the color of the paragraph text, you can change the background, you can change, you can have the border lines in the paragraph. So all these formatting can be done in the MS Word. Means whatever text you are mainly in the MS Word, we are creating the text, yeah, you are creating the document. So that document, whatever editing can to be done on that particular document, the all the editing can be done by using the MS Word. There are so many features that are available. You can insert, you can delete, you can change font, you can right align, left align. If you want to make a list in the MS Word, you can use bullets, you can also make that list as numbering. And in the latest these softwares of MS Word, versions of this MS Word, you can also use smart designs, smart art designs are there available. So those smart art can be inserted into the MS Word. Like we are using CorelDRAW, Photoshop for making the visiting card, ID card, letterhead. Those things also can be done in MS Word. Like you can create the letterhead, you can create the visiting card, you can create the ID card. Even you can create a bill for billing format, you can create in using the MS Word. And even if you want to create organization charts, like if you have any chart, organizational chart, like in the institute, if you want to create organization chart for any particular school, you can start with like with principal, and then below principal you have vice principal, and then you have head of the departments, and then the faculty. So these organization chart, we can call it as organization chart. Using smart art, you can create these charts in MS Word. And you can also insert shapes, symbols, you can special character symbols you can insert. If you are inserting any shape, you can change the size, you can format those shapes also. So many things can be done in the MS Word. These are all the, you can call them all features of MS Word. I think most of these common features everybody is using in MS Word. Even if you want to search any word in the MS Word document, or if you have many pages in the MS Word document, you want to insert header and footer, like in all the pages same heading should be inserted, that also you can insert. If you want page numbering, means for every page you want to create numbering, you can create that numbering. Like if you want to create a book, like if you want, if you are writing any book, and you are, if you want to publish any book, that formatting can be done in MS Word. Like you want some space to be left in the left hand for binding purpose, that can be done. You can change the margin, you can set the margin in whatever size you want, that margin can be set. So the all these things can be done in the MS Word. There are many features, and these are the common features that daily we use in the MS Word. Whenever you use MS Word, like mail merge is also a very important feature of MS Word. If you want to send the same mail to different people, instead of writing the same letter to every person, you can create one letter, and you can add some addresses in the record. So you can merge those record, that addresses with the letter. So that we call it as mail merge. Means if you want to send the same letter to different people, you can use mail merge feature of MS Word, and you can create the different letters, same letter with the different persons you can merge. So if you want to send any invitation to all the principals of the schools, then what you will do, you prepare one invitation, and you will prepare the record of all the addresses of the different schools, and then you will merge with that same letter will be merged with the different addresses of the different schools and will be sent to that particular person. So this feature we call it as the mail merge. So all these features are available in MS Word, and these are the common features I think everybody use in everyday life. When you are writing letter, you are using, you are making resume, you are using those commands, and you are just typing some text, that also you are using. And even if you are using research also, you can also use MS Word. See, for research, to find out the research paper, there is one medley. I don't know if you are into research, you will use that medley. So that can be inserted in MS Word directly, so that whatever papers if you want to search, you can search from directly from that medley also. So like this, many features are available in MS Word. So I'm not taking up these features. I'm taking some different tips, like some shortcuts we use in MS Word. Usually, many people are not aware of these shortcuts. So, I'm taking some shortcuts that we use in MS Word. Instead of elaborating each and every command in MS Word, I thought I will just show some shortcuts that we can use in the MS Word. Like the most common shortcut, like if you want to show your students, like you want to just type 3 to 4 paragraphs, yeah, 5 paragraph in the MS Word text, uh, and then you want to show the commands, how do you format those paragraph, how do you format those text. If you want to show this to students, instead of typing that text, you can directly use this shorthand, that is a shortcut rand. Rand is nothing but it's a shortcut. It will randomly generate the Word document. So depending on the language, like if you are using MS Word in Hindi, so it will generate Hindi language paragraphs. Or if you are change that language into French, then it will insert the French language paragraphs. So depending on the language, if you just write rand equal rand and then if you press enter, it will automatically generate the paragraphs. So by default, it will generate 5 paragraphs. So whenever I write equals rand in MS Word and then when I press enter, it will automatically generate 5 paragraphs. If you want to edit those paragraphs, if you want to format that paragraph, you can do that on that particular paragraph. So you don't need to type that paragraphs, you can automatically generate those paragraphs. Say for example, if I want fixed number of paragraphs instead of 5 paragraph, by default it is generating 5 paragraph. If I want only 3 paragraph and each paragraph of 5 sentences, means you can specify number of paragraph and number of sentences per paragraph. Using those particular specifying those numbers, you can also generate the paragraphs. So in the next example, just I have given equals rand 3 comma 5. It means you generate 3 paragraph and then each paragraph 5 lines. So when you give this command, it will automatically generate 3 paragraphs with 5 lines each. So this will be very useful if you are teaching in the class, and if you want every time you don't need to type the text and you just use these two commands and you generate some random this one paragraphs, and so that you can show the students how to edit that paragraphs and how to change, how to format that paragraph, everything you can do on that particular paragraph. Apart from this paragraph, generating the paragraph, there are some shortcuts to create different types of lines. See, if I want to create a line, instead of typing the whole line, means instead of inserting the whole line, you can also use these shortcuts so that lines can be inserted in the MS Word. Like first one is plain single line. See, if I want to insert a plain single line, you just type 3 hyphens and then press enter. Then you can see this plain single line using 3 hyphens. So this line will be created whenever you use 3 hyphens. If you want plain double line, means you want to insert a double line, then you can use 3 equal signs. So just write three equal means you use three equal lines and press enter. Then you can see that equal lines double line to be that will be inserted in the MS Word. So these are the shortcuts. If I want broken or dotted lines, then you can use asterisk symbols. If you type three asterisk symbol and press enter, you will get the dotted lines. This type of dotted lines you will get. And if you use hash symbol, triple line with thick center, then you can use three hash symbols. When you use hash symbols, you will get three lines, and in between that three lines, there is one thick line also. So depending on type of line you want to insert in MS Word, you can use any of these shortcuts. If you want bold single line, then you can use underline, three underlines, and then you will get the bold single line. Or you can also use wavy lines. So if you use wavy lines, three wavy lines, yeah, you can say the tildes, then you will get the wavy lines if you use the three tildes. So by using these, last one is the wavy line. Just by using three hyphens, three equal lines, you can create the whole line. So these are the shortcut symbols. Usually we don't use these shortcut symbols, and many of us usually we don't know the shortcuts also. So you can use these shortcuts so that the lines can be immediately inserted in the MS Word. So these are the lines that you can insert if you are using hyphen, if you are using equal sign, if you are using underline, or if you are using three asterisks or hash symbol or tiles. If you are using, then you will get these type of lines. Next comes list of basic computer shortcut keys. See, in MS Word, frequently we are using cut and paste, we are using copy and paste, or undo, redo. So instead of going and using those commands from the menu, you can also directly use these shortcut keys, so that directly you can use these shortcut keys, and if you want to insert or if you want to copy, you can cut, you can paste, everything you can do using the this one basic computer shortcut keys. So I have taken up only few of the shortcut keys that are available in MS Word. In MS Word, there are a lot of shortcut keys. So instead of remembering all the commands, you can also remember some shortcut keys so that you can do the work very fast. Like commonly used shortcut keys, first one is Control plus A. If you want to select all the contents in the page, the whole page if you want to select, then you can use Control A, the whole page will be selected. And then if you want to cut selected text, means if you want to cut some line and if you want to paste it somewhere, then you can use, for cutting, you can use Control plus X, and using Control plus V, you can paste the selected text. So whatever text you have cut, you can paste those text by using Control plus V also. Or if you want, you can use Control plus Del. It will delete the whatever word that is there right after the cursor. See, we are keeping some cursor, and then you are pressing Control plus Del, and the word next to that cursor will be deleted. Or if you want to copy any text, so you can select the text by using Control plus C, and you can paste the text by using Control plus V. And if you want to, in between, when you are typing the document, if you want to save in between the document, you can just press Control plus S, the document will be saved. And redo and undo. See, I have deleted some text. I want them back. Like if I want to retrieve the text, whatever I have deleted, then I can use this Control Z to undo the last action. Whatever action you have done last, if you want to retrieve that, then you can use the command undo command is there in the MS Word. But if you know the shortcut key, directly you can just press Control Z. That will be you can do that undo and redo whatever action you have performed. If you want to redo that action, then you can use control plus Y. And one more command is control plus home. If you want to go to the if you want to move that cursor to the beginning of the document, see you are somewhere in the document. If you want to go back to the beginning of the document, then you can just directly press control plus home. The cursor will go to the beginning of the document. And if you press control plus end, it will move to the end of the document. See, though if the document is of 10 pages, it will go to directly to the end of the document. And if you press control plus home, it will go to the beginning of the document. So these are some of the shortcut keys. You can see commonly used are basic shortcut keys. So using these shortcut keys, you can do the work faster. So in MS Word, see in MS Office, all the packages, there are many shortcut keys. In MS Word, there are plenty of shortcut keys. If you know the shortcut keys, you can easily do the work fast in the faster way. So you can use these shortcut keys. I think in the MS Word, I have taken very few things in MS Word. If anybody has any doubts, you can ask apart from what I have taught in the class.
All right, so the forum is open. Please put up your comments and your questions. Okay, ma'am, there is a query by Shija.
Yes, ma'am.
Then this will be so useful, ma'am. Please upload PPT on Google Drive and please share the Google Drive link. Especially these shortcuts are wonderful.
Yeah, ma'am. Sure. I will send you that link to you. You can send them.
Sure. Everybody, shortcuts are very good. Okay. So if you are finding the slides unreadable, I will request you to maximize the size of the video, because this way you will be able to read the content in the text in a better way. Easy to understand symbols. Any other query? If you have any questions related to the content that ma'am has just taken, please put it on the chat box. Okay, till now we are not finding how to submit assessments. Okay, so assessments I'll be sending to your registered email IDs at around 2:30. So then you can just fill them up and it will automatically get submitted to us. Cloud is safe to, is it safe to save our personal data on cloud? That is a question, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. We can always save the this one. It is safe also. Like
Okay.
Google Drive is commonly used. You can use Google Drive to save the personal information.
Okay. Shortcuts, can I please informate? Okay, we are not getting any more questions. So another couple of seconds, please put up your questions. Attendance link has been shared on the chat box twice. Please, you can always scroll back and get the attendance. Very useful. Okay. How does memory card work?
See, memory card is just like a storage device. See, if you are using memory card in your phone, you are storing the data in the phone. If you are using the memory card in your laptop, you can also store the data. See, in the laptop, using memory card for storing data is it's not a logic, I think, because in the laptop or desktops, you already have so much of memory. In the laptop or desktop, the main purpose of using memory card is if you want to transfer any data that is available in your memory card, you can transfer into your laptop or desktop. So that is the main purpose of memory card. It's a storage device only.
All right. So we have one more question. How many times we can copy or paste in Word? Is there a limitation?
No limit, ma'am. You can copy and paste as many times you want.
Okay. Can we access OneDrive instead of Google Drive?
Yeah, you can access OneDrive.
Just checking for more questions. Is there any other function like RAND and then there are two brackets together?
Nee, RAND two brackets, it's a function.
Yeah, so he's asking, is there any other function than the one that you must have told?
Nee, there are many functions. I have not taken up all the functions from this one. There is one auxiliary function also in MS Word.
Oh,
ABS, it's also function. Even the function that we use in MS Excel, like sum, that can be used in MS Word also. In the table, whatever we are performing in MS Excel, same thing can be performed using, so the same functions you can perform in MS Word also. You can do in the MS Word.
so another question is accessory tool text area.
Accessory tools. What actually is this?
He just wrote that. So maybe Devananji, you can please elaborate your question. Okay. Can we link MAS Word with front end software?
Which software?
Just she's just written this front
Say,
end software.
depending on the software, that link will be done. It depends on the software that you are using.
Okay.
MS Word is not a backend to link it with any front end software. It is just an office automation software.
Okay. So how we use multiple languages in Word?
See, in the MS Word, you can always change the language. You are not using multiple language. Whenever you want, you can change the language.
Okay. Fine. I think the questions are plenty. How to edit text? So I think that is very simple way of
See, how to edit text is you have to use some commands in the MS Word.
Okay. So the commands would be
See what type of editing you want. You want to change the size of the command text. You
okay.
want to change the color of the text. You want to change the font style of the text. All these text commands are available in the home tab in MS Word. In the font group, you have different commands. Like if you want to change the size, you can change by using font size. And then if you want to change the style, you can use font style. Or if you want to make it bold, you can make it bold. From that same group, you have all the commands. That font group is used mainly to change, edit the text.
Sure. All right. So I think this answers your query. And name any one command. Ayushji, please don't write. You may be finding some some words on the YouTube. Ma'am has said somewhere
Yeah,
you're asking a question, but when you're putting on the chat box, please write specific query. Just
yeah.
don't write name any one command. If you want a functional command, you can write that because it gets little difficult for ma'am to also connect the dots. Is there any software for maths equation typing?
There are, I don't remember actually, there are softwares for math equation.
Okay. So I think ma'am will get back to you
But
tomorrow.
there are, no, there are some symbols in MS Word also. Using
Yes,
those
there are
special
symbols.
symbols, you can also create the equation in MS Word also.
Name the shortcut key to edit the text in MS Word.
See, editing means again edit what actually you want to edit. For
Okay.
everything, there are different shortcuts.
So probably you need to tell us what exactly editing you want.
Hmm.
How to use mail merge in MS Word.
See, that whole steps I have to show in MS Word. See, I can just explain you verbally. Like when you, if you want to create a mail merge, first you have to create one letter, and then you have to add addresses in the record. Like you, if you want 10 addresses, if you want to send the mail to 10 people, then you will have to add those 10 addresses, and then using the commands, you have to merge those letter with the addresses. So there are different steps in the MS Word. Verbally telling those steps is difficult. Showing in the MS Word will be easy. It's a
Probably
practical
tomorrow,
learning.
ma'am will take up and have a practical demonstration on this. How to change language in MS Word? Is it possible to type Malayalam using normal keyboard?
See, using normal keyboard, why it is difficult, I will tell you. Because on the keyboard, like you know the alphabets of Malayalam, like for example, if you want to type Malayalam, you do not know what actually A is what, A is equivalent to which alphabet in Malayalam, you do not know. That way it is difficult. Otherwise, you can also type in this English keyboard. But you should be aware of which keys for which alphabet in Malayalam. That equivalence you should know.
It's
Otherwise, you
just
have to
like
think.
typing in Hindi using the normal keyboard. We
Yeah,
don't know what A stands for, and
yeah,
we
yeah.
have to
If
do a
you
lot
know,
of
you can type.
combinations.
You can type.
Okay, how to type rupee symbol in MS Word?
See, rupee symbol is there already in MS Word. If you go to numbers in the paragraph, there is numbers, and there it is in the currency symbols. Rupees is there.
Okay, all
Yeah,
right.
it is there.
All right. So the person has written equation editor can be used for equation creation in maths. So I think that answers your query. I think, ma'am, we should get back to the
Yeah.
session. And if more questions will come, then probably I'll put it up.
Ma'am, my session is over now.
Okay, it's over.
Yeah.
So I think if there is any other query, please put it up. Um, I will just put up the assessment attendance link online again.
See, because of the time constraint, I can't show the practical aspects of MS Word.
I'm sure if there is any more questions, then please do write on the chat box. I'll share with ma'am. Okay, what is the time for tomorrow? Tomorrow we'll meet again in the morning around 10:15. 10:15 we'll start the session. So please be here on the YouTube for computer typography and computer applications session. So if ma'am your session is over, I cannot see any more queries um, on the chat box. So okay, there is one last query: how to change language in MS Word?
Ma'am, I have to show in the MS Word only.
So is if there are any specific keys through which it can be done, so you can just tell orally.
See, in the office, you have like options. There is in the file, this thing, whenever you open MS Word, there is file option. In the file, you have option button. In the option button, you have language button. There you can go and you can change the language.
All right. So through file, you can go to the options and then change the
For
language.
language.
All right. So thank you so much, ma'am, for your informative session. I'm sure whatever queries will, if you have any participants have any queries, they can put it up tomorrow to ma'am, because ma'am will be with us tomorrow morning at
Okay.
10:5. We'll start with the session. So once again, thank you so much, Shubha ma'am, for your time,
Okay.
and let's meet tomorrow. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
And all the participants, we are breaking off for 5 minutes break, and then we can start with the next session. Though the expert is here, so We can meet after 5 minutes. Priyanka ji, we can meet after 5 minutes.
Sure, ma'am.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Shall we start, Priyanka ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Sure, we can begin.
Okay, so I would request the participants to please join back again. We'll be starting with shorthand English in 2 minutes. So, though it was a 5 minute break, but it extended to 7 minutes. Kindly join back. We're starting with shorthand English. So, ma'am, I would request you to, just give a brief about the subject for another 2 3 minutes because people are joining in.
Sure,
So,
ma'am.
and then start exactly with your topic. So they will have a joining time also, and they will not miss anything.
Right.
All right. So I welcome Priyanka Sharma, ma'am, to give a session on shorthand English. Ma'am was introduced in the morning, so without wasting any time, I'm handing over the mic to ma'am. Please, ma'am, start.
Sure, ma'am. Okay, so for today, we will be covering halving and doubling principles. We all know that in shorthand, there are 24 consonants and 12 vowels. Apart from 24 consonants, there are two additional consonants. The uniform length of the consonants is 1/6 of an inch. Now, today we will be covering halving and doubling. Halving means we are going to reduce the length to half, and doubling means we will increase the length of the consonants to double. Halving and doubling principles will have certain exceptions we will be covering, where we are going to use halving principle, where we are not going to use halving principle. Apart from that, the basic shorthand rules will be followed. The basic rule of shorthand says the first heard vowel will decide the position of the outline. Then we all know that there are three places where vowels can be put, which is second place, first place, and third place. There are three positions where we can write our outline according to the vowel heard. The positions for writing outline depends upon the first heard vowel. If the first heard vowel is of second place, outline is written on the line. If the first heard vowel is of first place, our outline will be written above the line. Whereas if the first heard vowel is of third place, outline will be written through the line. Same goes in the case of diphthongs because they are a combination of vowels only. Now, these basics rule will remain same throughout the session. The basic rule of shorthand will never change. The uniform size of the consonants we need to remember. Uniformity is important because if we are making our outlines of uniform length, then only we will be able to differentiate between our normal consonant and a halved stroke or a double consonant. So today we will be covering various topics under halving and doubling. Swati ma'am, can I start with it? Because initially I have to give the introduction about the topics that I am going to cover.
Ma'am, please, you can. We are substantial number of people, so you can.
Right. Sure. Okay, now we are going to start with today's session. Very good afternoon to one and all once again. Today we will be covering two topics. One is halving, the other is doubling. Both the topics are equally important. Reason, we all can write whatever is being dictated in English and in normal shorthand also of whatever we have covered so far. But halving and doubling helps us, or it provides the ease of writing by letting us write at a speed. We are going to reduce the length of a consonant to half for certain sounds. We are going to increase or double the length of the consonant to for certain or particular sounds. Now, in today's session, we'll be covering certain topics. First, for halving, we will be covering what are the principles of halving. For the purpose of halving, we will be dividing the words into two parts. First would be monosyllable. The second part would be polysyllable. Then we will study the rule of halving for third place, which is not as usual for the normal consonants. Then we will also cover the in case a single stroke is finally hooked or has a finally joined diphthong, then what are the rules for halving? Apart from these normal principles, there are few additional applications of halving principle, and there are certain exceptions as well where halving principle will not be employed. Also, we will be covering few phrases or while using halving principle. And at the end of halving topic, I'll be taking your questions. Any queries in case you have. Then after that, we will start with the next topic, which is doubling. Under doubling principle, we are going to learn, or we will divide our strokes into two parts, curved strokes and straight strokes, because the rule for both are different. Then doubling is also done for certain specific sounds. For instance, for the sound of char, for the sound of emper or ember. Then for ingkar and inger, there are two ways of representing emper and ember sound, and there are two ways of representing inger and inger sound. We will understand the rules where which form is being used. Then we will also cover certain exceptions of doubling principle. And as having in doubling also, we will be learning certain phrasing which are commonly used by using doubling principle. For specific sounds, we are going to double the length of the preceding stroke. The most important thing that we need to remember for both halving and doubling of a consonant is done. The consonant which is immediately preceding to the particular sounds that would be told to you now would be done. Basically, the consonant which is coming before the particular sounds would be halved or doubled. So now let us start with our topic of halving. Now, when you hear the term halving, the immediate question that comes to our mind is, what is halving? Why are we studying this topic? What is the use of halving? Where are we going to use halving principle? For what sounds are we going to reduce the consonants to half? We are going to, all these queries of yours will be answered in the later slides. Now, for the purpose of halving, you all know, as a layman, we all know halving means half, reducing the length of anything to half. In shorthand, we talk about consonants or strokes. So here we are going to reduce the length of our normal consonants to half. But this halving will be done only for the sound of T or D. Means the stroke immediately preceding the sound of T or D will be halved. But it's not that simple. For the purpose of halving, we will categorize our words into two parts. First is the monosyllabic words. The second is the polysyllabic words. Mono means one. Mono means one. Syllable means vowel. Now, mono means one, syllable means vowel. Therefore, the words which have one vowel sound only. Now, again, we are not concentrating on the consonants here. It may have more than one consonant, but the sound of vowel, only one vowel sound is there in that word, then that word would be categorized as monosyllabic word. Similarly, polysyllabic. Poly means more than one. Syllable again means vowel. So words which have more than one vowel sound are called as polysyllabic words. Why we are categorizing into two parts? Because the rules for both are different. In case we have a monosyllabic word, means a word which has one vowel sound only, in that case, stroke immediately preceding the sound of T should be a light stroke only then it can be halved. Let's simplify this. A light stroke will be halved only for the sound of T and not for the sound of D. Whereas in case of dark stroke will be halved only for the sound of D and not for the sound of T. Now, in case of polysyllabic words, polysyllabic means which have more than one vowel. In case of polysyllabic words, words which have more than one vowel sound, whether there is a light stroke or a dark stroke, which is immediately preceding the sound of T or D, halving is possible. Means in polysyllabic words, halving is done for both the sounds of T or D, and we do not have to see whether the consonant or the stroke preceding the sound of T or D is light or dark. Let us understand this in detail. Now we will start with monosyllabic words again with examples. In monosyllabic words, mono means one, syllable means vowel. Words which have one vowel sound only will be halved only for the sound for T and D. In this, light strokes will be halved for T sound only, not for D. Whereas dark strokes will be halved for D sound only and not for T. Let us understand this with the examples. In the word late, we hear it is a monosyllabic word because it has only one vowel sound, which is A. L, A, T. So, in this, the consonant immediately preceding the sound of T is L, which is a light stroke. So, L can be halved for the sound of T. Therefore, in the word late, we have done halving of L for the sound of T. But in contrast to that, in the word laid, which is also a monosyllabic word because it also has only one vowel, which is A. The sound is L, A, D. In this word also, we have one vowel sound. So it is also an example of monosyllabic word. But as you can see, we have not done halving in this word. Reason? L is a light stroke which is preceding or coming immediately before the sound of D. So, in case of monosyllabic words, light stroke cannot be halved for the sound of D. Therefore, the outline for laid is written in full. If we'll see the example for a dark stroke, the next example is det. In the word det, again, the sound is D, E, T. There is only one vowel sound. Therefore, it is an example of monosyllabic word. In this, the consonant immediately preceding the sound of T is D, which is a dark stroke. So, dark stroke cannot be halved for the sound of T. Therefore, the outline for det is written in full. Similarly, in the word dead, we hear the sound of D, E, D. The consonant D, here we hear the sound of D immediately before the sound of another D. Therefore, halving is possible because dark stroke can be halved for the next coming sound of D. Thus, in the word dead, we are going to do halving of D for the next coming sound of D. Whereas in the word det, we have not done halving. Another example, God and God. In the word God, the sound is G or D. Again, we have only one vowel O. Gay is a dark stroke, immediately coming before the sound of D. So, dark stroke can be halved for the sound of D. Therefore, in the word God, we have done halving. Also, in the word got, gay is a dark stroke, whereas T is coming after it. Therefore, a dark stroke coming before the sound of T cannot be halved in case of monosyllabic words. Thus, we have not done halving in the word got. The outline has been written in full, as you can see on the screen. Let us take a few more examples to make you understand this concept better. Now, all these examples are of monosyllabic words. Now, in this, as you can see, the word not. In the word not, N is halved for the next coming sound of T. Or if you will see it in the other form, the consonant stroke immediately preceding the sound of T is N, which is a light stroke. That is why N is halved for the sound of T. Similarly, in the word thought, the consonant is ith, which is coming immediately before the sound of T. Therefore, we have done halving of ith for the sound of T. Also, in the word meet, M is coming immediately before the sound of T. Thus, we have done halving of M for the sound of T. Also, in the word grade, the sound is G, A, D. It's a monosyllabic word with one vowel only. So, GR is a dark consonant. That is why it has been halved for the sound of D. Now, in the next example, the word is bright. BR is halved for the sound of T. But if I'll say here the word brought, do you think halving will be done in the word brought? The answer is no. Reason being is in the word brought, br or t, there is only one vowel. Therefore, it is a monosyllabic word. In monosyllabic words, the dark strokes are halved only for the sound of D. Here, BR is a dark stroke. BR is a dark stroke, but the sound of T is coming after it, not D. Therefore, the outline for brought will be written in full. Similarly, if I'll say the word plate, in the word plate, halving will be done. In the word plate, halving will be done. But if I'll say the word played, halving principle will not be employed in the word played. Again, for the same reason, the sound is pal, a, d. Now we are hearing the sound of a light stroke immediately before the sound of D. Therefore, if I am going to write the outline for played, it will be written in full. This is the outline for played. But in the word plate, because T is coming after PL, PL is a light stroke, therefore halving is done for the word plate. I hope you all have understood the concept of monosyllabic words. I am again repeating. In monosyllabic words, we hear the sound of one vowel only, and light strokes are halved only for the sound of T, but not for the sound of D, whereas dark strokes will be halved only for the sound of D and not for the sound of T. Now, we have studied S circle previously. Now, if S circle, the rule will remain same. If we are using a final S circle means at the end of a half length stroke also, if we are using S circle at the end of a word, in that case also, S circle will be read last. Means after reading the complete outline, we will read the sound of final S or Z. You all must know that final S circle gives the sound of S or Z. For instance, in the word coats, k, o, t, s. Now, this is a monosyllable word with one vowel only. We are hearing the sound of S at the end, and here we can use S circle for this sound. And K is halved for the sound of T. So K is halved for the sound of T. Then we have used a final S circle. Thus, we will read the complete outline first, and then we will read the sound of the vowel. And then we will read the sound of the vowel. Right? So, the next word, the next example is mounts. Now, when we are going to write the word mounts, m, ow, n, t, s. Ow is a diphthong. In this word, we are going to use N hook, and the consonant will be half for the sound of T. Means M finally hooked with N will be half for the sound of T, and we will use S circle inside the hook. Now, while reading back, we will read the complete outline first, and then we will read the final sound of S circle. So, the word would be read as M, ow, n, half for T, and then S circle S. Mounts. Similarly, in the word meets, the sound is M, E, T, S. M will be half for the sound of T, and we are using final S circle. So while reading our outline, S circle will be read at the end. M, E, half for T, and then we will read circle S. Even in case of polysyllabic word, the same rule applies. If a circle is coming at the end of a word, it will always be read last. Whether it is coming with a normal consonant, means a full length consonant, or with a half length consonant. Another example for the same, the example is the word treats. Try and make outline for yourself and then cross check it with my outline. The word is treats. If we are going to break the sound, it will be t, e, t, s. Now we are having the final S circle. E is a third place vowel. The consonant is TR, and we are hearing the sound of T. So TR will be half for the sound of T. This makes the word as treat. We will add final S circle, which makes the word as treats. So while reading back, we will read the outline ter, E, halved for T, treat, and then S circle, treats. I hope this much you all have understood. I'll take up all your queries at the end. Now, we will start with polysyllabic word. As I told you, poly means more than one. Poly means more than one. Syllable means vowel. Now, those words which have more than one vowel sound are called polysyllabic words. In this, light strokes will be halved for T and D both. Similarly, dark stroke can also be halved for both the sounds T and D. Means in polysyllabic word, we do not have to see whether we are getting a light stroke or a dark stroke before the sound of T or D. Halving is done for a light as well as dark stroke for the next coming sound of T as well as D. Means any stroke coming before the sound of T or D in a word can be halved for the sound of T or D. As in the word badly. In the word badly, the sound is b, a, d, l, e. Now here we are hearing the sound of more than one vowel. Therefore, it is a polysyllabic word. And in polysyllabic word, we do not have to see that we are getting a light stroke or a dark stroke immediately before the sound of T or D. Halving will be done. In this word, we are hearing the sound of B before D. So B is halved for the sound of D, whereas L will be written in full. The consonant immediately preceding the sound of T and D will be halved. Just remember this. The consonant immediately preceding the sound of T and D will be halved. So in this word, the consonant immediately preceding the sound of D is B. Therefore, the word badly, B will be halved for the sound of D. And L will be written in full with the final vowel E. Now, in the word market, the sound is M. A, R, K, E, T. Again, market is a polysyllabic word because we heard the sound of two vowels in this. Now, the consonant immediately preceding the sound of T is K. Therefore, K will be halved for the sound of T, whereas M and R will be written in full. You all know the rule. Generally, when R comes in the middle of a word, it is written upward. Therefore, in the word market, M is written in full, Ray is written in full, whereas K is halved for the sound of T. Mar. K ke baad there will be a light dot. E. Market. Then in the word avoid, the sound is A, V, Oi, and D. Avoid. Now, in this word, there are two vowels. Therefore, again, it is an example of polysyllabic word. Vowel A with a diphthong. In this also, we will be halved for the sound of D. Similarly, in the word attached. Now, this is a perfect example where we will see halving of a light stroke for the sound of D. In this word, we hear the sounds as A, T, A, Ch, E, D. Attached. Now, in this word, what we are going to do, in this word, we will do halving for Che consonant for the immediately next consonant D. So, Che will be halved for the sound of D. Reason, this is a polysyllabic word which has more than one vowel. Therefore, a light stroke can also be halved for the sound of D. Thus, in this word, T will be written in full. Che will be halved for the sound of D. Attach, half, Che halved for the sound of D. Let's take few more examples of the same. Now, these all are examples of polysyllabic words. Thus, in the word rabbit, R, A, B, E, T. Now, we hear the sound of two vowels. This is a polysyllabic word. Consonant immediately preceding the sound of T is B. Therefore, B will be written in half, whereas Ray will be written in full. Whenever a word begins with R without any initial vowel, we use upward form of R. That is why in the word rabbit and rapid, we are using upward R. Okay, now let's get back to halving again. B will be halved for the sound of T. Ray, upstroke. Consonant B halved for the sound of T. Ra, first place. Third place vowel after B, which is E. Ra, B, E, B half for the sound of T. Similarly, if we'll see the word rapid, in this word, the sound is ra, p, e, d. Again, we are hearing two vowel sounds. So this is a polysyllabic word. In this, the consonant immediately preceding the sound of D is P. Therefore, P will be halved for the sound of D. Ray will be written in full. P will be halved for the sound of D. Rapid. Also, in the word credit, kr, cre, d, e, t. Now again, we hear the sound of D immediately before T. So D will be halved for the sound of T. I am again repeating here, the consonant immediately preceding the sound of T or D will be halved. Therefore, we are having the consonant D here for the sound of T. In this word, KR will be written in full, whereas D will be halved for the sound of T. Credit. In the word honored, the sound is O, ner, d, honored. So, NR will be halved for the sound of D, honored. In the word waiting, the sound is W, A, T, E, G, waiting. Now, in this, way will be halved for the sound of T, whereas ing will be written in full. Wait, ing. I hope the concept of monosyllabic and polysyllabic words is clear to all. In monosyllabic words, we hear the sound of one vowel sound, and halving is done only for light strokes only for T and dark strokes only for D. Whereas in polysyllabic word, such rule does not apply. For the sound of T or D, a light or a dark stroke immediately preceding that sound can be halved. Now, words with third place. We all know the words which are written with third place vowel. Words written with third place vowel are generally written through the line. Now, when we are going to write half length stroke with a third place vowel, the common rule says, see, if I am writing the consonant, let me take example of F only. If I am writing the word fee, my outline will be written like this, through the line. But if I am saying just reduce the length of this word to half, write the word feet, the sound is f, e, t. So in this case, when I am going to reduce the length of this consonant to half, you all can see my through the line means my half of the consonant is above this line, my half of the consonant is below this line. So if I am going to reduce the length of my consonant to half, my consonant will rest on the line. So half the length consonants with third place vowel are not written through the line, rather they rest on the line. As in the word fee, the outline is written through the line, but in the word feet, the outline will rest on the line. Why? Because it is a monosyllabic word and F will be halved for the sound of T. So half length F will rest on the line, rather it will not go through the line. Now let us read. Halved upstroke or a downstroke is never written through the line while positioning for third place. If there is a first upstroke or a downstroke which is of half length, even then the outline is written on the line and never through the line for indicating the third place vowel. Example in the word written. The first upstroke ray will be written on the line. R, E, T, E. No. Now, in this case, ray will be halved for the sound of T. And E is a third place vowel, which is the first heard vowel in this word. Technically, the outline should be written through the line, but the rule for having says with a third place vowel, the outline will rest on the line. Therefore, if there is a first upstroke or a downstroke, the outline with that will rest on the line only. Thus, in the word written, the half length ray is written on the line and N will be written in full. Ray half length on the line with N written in full. Similarly, in the word invite, now the sound is E, N, V, I, T. We hear the sound of V immediately before T. Now, invite is a polysyllabic word. Therefore, V can be halved for the sound of T. Thus, the half length V will rest on the line. It will not go through the line. In full, halving of V on the line. In Y, V half for the sound of T. In Y, T. Similarly, in the word indeed, in, E, N, D, E, D. Indeed. Now again, it is a polysyllabic word. In this case, please note the consonants are N, D, D. Therefore, we always move in reverse while having. Do remember, we always move from right to left in having. Therefore, this we hear the sound of D immediately before the last D. So this D that I have circled will be halved for the sound of next coming D. I am again repeating, in the word indeed, we hear the sound of N, D, D. And we move from right to left while having. When we see having, we always move from right to left. So therefore, the D immediately coming before the sound of last D will be halved. N will be written in full. D will be halved for the next coming sound of D. And it will be written on the line even though it is coming with a third place vowel. Okay, now try making the outline for the word needed. Please try making outline for the word needed. Firstly, decide whether it is a monosyllabic word or a polysyllabic word. So, now, the word needed, N, E, D, E, D, needed. Now, in the word needed, we hear the sound of more than one vowel. Therefore, it is a polysyllabic word. If we'll see the consonants in this word, the consonants are N, D, D. The first heard vowel E is of third place. But because we are going to apply having principle in this, so my outline will be written on the line. Thus, the D coming immediately before the sound of last D will be halved. N will be written in full. D will be halved for the sound of final D. Vowels N, E, D, E, D. Knee, dead. The sound is knee, dead. Similarly, there is another word which is instead. Can you make outline for the word instead? This is a polysyllabic word. E, N, S, T, E, D. Now we hear the sound of S also in the middle. So we are going to use S circle. This is a third place word, but still the downstroke will rest on the line. N will be written above the line in full with S circle, and T will be halved for the sound of D. This T will be halved for the sound of D. In, S, Te, T half for the next coming sound of D. Instead. I hope this concept is clear to all. We have studied the rules. Now, with the rules, there are exceptions as well. So, in monosyllabic words, the rule says a consonant which is heard or which has only one vowel, in that light stroke will be halved only for the sound of T, whereas dark stroke will be halved only for the sound of D. Light stroke will be halved only for the sound of T, whereas dark strokes will be halved only for the sound of D. Now, the exception says, even in case of a monosyllabic word, means the words which have one vowel sound only. Even in case with the words which have one vowel sound only, if they have a final hook, now final hooks are N, F or V. If they have a final hook or a finally joined diphthong, in that case, we can do halving for both the sounds T or D without looking whether the consonant is light or dark. Means the polysyllabic rule will apply in case a monosyllabic word is having a final hook. A monosyllabic word which has a final hook or a finally joined diphthong can be halved for both the sounds T and D. For instance, in the word paint, the sound is P, A, N, T. Now, if you will see, paint is a monosyllabic word, but in this case, we have a hook of N with consonant P. Therefore, we can say PN will be halved for the next coming sound of T. Similarly, in the word proved, pr, u, v, d, proved. Again, this is also a monosyllabic word. In this also, PR, V and D. Now with PR, we will use the hook for final hook V. So in this case also, PR finally hooked with V will be halved for the sound of D, even though PR is a light stroke, but because it is finally hooked with V, therefore we are going to do halving in the word proved. So the rule, rather the exception of monosyllabic words says, we will do halving of light strokes for T and dark strokes for D only in monosyllabic words. But if it has a finally joined diphthong or a finally joined hook, then we are not going to apply this rule. We will do halving for both the sounds T and D. Also, in the word doubt, if you will see the word doubt, D, ow, T. Now, D will be joined with a diphthong ow. and it will be halved for the sound of T. Similarly, the word cute, K with the finally joined diphthong U will be halved for the sound of T. Also, in the word about, A will be halved for the sound. A is the first place vowel. Bow, T. Bow, B joined with the final hook. Final joined diphthong ow. Bow will be halved for the next coming sound of T. The outline will be written above the line because we heard the sound of A as the first place vowel. The outline for issued, E, S, U, D, issued. Now in this, is, S will be halved for the sound of D. E is the third place vowel with the downstroke. So downstroke will rest on the line and it has a final joined diphthong U. So it can be halved for the sound of D. Therefore, a finally hooked and consonant. Finally hooked means a consonant which has N, F or V hook at the end or has a finally joined diphthong. It can be halved for both the sounds T or D. Now, there are certain additional applications. There are certain additional applications for consonants M, N, L, and R. Now, these consonants M, N, L, and R, we all know that these are light strokes. Now, they are normally halved for the sound of T in case of monosyllabic words. Polysyllabic may they can be halved for T or D. But now, even in case of monosyllabic word, they can be halved for the sound of T. But to differentiate between the light and a dark consonant, what we are going to do, if M, N, L and R will be halved for the sound of T, then they will be written normally with light. Outlines will be written for the same. But if we are halving them for the sound of D, then the first thing will be the outlines will be thickened as you can see on the screen. Means if M and N will be halved for the sound of D, they will be halved plus thickened to show that they have been halved for the next coming sound of D. Whereas in case of L and R, if L and R are halved for the sound of T, first thing they will be upward. For the when we are halving L and R for the sound of T, first thing is they will be written in upward direction. Second thing, in case they will be halved for the sound of D. If we are going to halve them for the sound of D, then L and R will be written in downward direction. While having them for the sound of T, they will be written upward, plus they will be light strokes, only like usual. But when L and R are halved for the sound of D, they will be written downward. Also, they will be thickened. So, L and R halved for T will be written upward and they will be light. L and R halved for D, they will be downward and they will be thickened. For example, if we are going to do halving in the word belt, the sound is B, E, L, T. Now it is a monosyllabic word. In this case, L is halved for the sound of T, immediately coming sound of T. So, for the sound of T, when we are going to halve L, it will be written upward and it will be light. So how are we going to make the outline? B will be written in full. L will be halved for the sound of T. So this becomes the outline for belt. L is written upward and it is a light stroke as usual. But if we are going to do halving in the word, let's say build, in this case the sound is B, E, L, D. Build. Now, in this case, we hear the sound of D after it. And as I told you, L and R can be halved for the sound of D, but the thing will be, they will be written downward and they will be thickened. So here also, in the word build, B will be written through the line. L will be downward and thickened because it is halved for the sound of D. So this will be my outline for build. Belt, build. Similarly, if we take example with R, let's say if we are doing halving in the word smart, if we do halving in the word smart, in this case, S circle, M above the line, upward R will be of half length for the next coming sound of T. But if we are going to do halving in the word appeared, let's say we will do halving in the word appeared. In this case, the consonants are P, Re, and D. So Re will be halved for the sound of D. So my P will be written above the line because first vowel is A, which is of first place. Then R is halved for the sound of D. Therefore, appeared, downward R and thickened because we are halving it for the sound of D. I hope this much is clear to all. Another thing, for R specially, we do halving of R for the sound of D provided R is in the normal word also, R is written downward. I'll make this thing clear to you with this example. If you will remember the word appear, if you remember the outline for the word appear, in the word appear also, we use downward form of R. So in this case only, halving of R will be done for the sound of D. Thus, the R will be downward only and it will be thickened this time for the sound of D. So again, I am repeating the whole concept. The four consonants M, N, L and R can be halved for both the sounds T and D. In case they are halved for T, they are all light. In case they are halved for D, they will be dark. Especially in case of L and R, if L and R are halved for the sound of D, they will be written downward and they will be thickened. Whereas for M and N, if they are halved for the sound of D, only they will be thickened and halved. Let's take a few examples of this. As you can see, for stroke M, the word is ashamed. Now, in this word, ish is written in full. M will be halved for the sound of D. So, M is not only halved, but it is also thickened. Similarly, in the word made, M is halved as well as thickened for the sound of D. If we'll see it for stroke N, halving of N for D, in this case, in the word need, N is written on the line with third place vowel and it is halved and thickened because it is halved for the sound of D. In the word intend, I'll just break the sound. In, t, e, n, d. Int, end. Now, in this word, there are two vowels. So, first thing, this is a polysyllabic word. The consonants coming in this word are nt, nd. As I told you, while applying halving principle, we always move from right to left. So now let's move. The consonant coming immediately before the sound of D is N. So this N will be halved for this D. Then let's see the remaining portion. In the remaining portion, again, we can use halving principle. The consonant coming immediately before the sound of T is N. So this N will be halved for this T. So in this word, both the outlines are halved. We have written outline for intend as first N halved for the sound of T, second N halved for the sound of D. Therefore, first N will be light because we are halving it for T, whereas second N will be thickened because we are halving it for the sound of D. So in the outline of intend, N halved for T, N halved for D, first N is light, second N is dark. Then if we will see it for stroke L, in this case, as I told you, if we are having the consonant L, it will be halved plus it will be written in downward direction. So the outline for old, we are using L, but the direction is downward. This is written as this, not like this, but it is written from top to bottom. And it is thickened because we are doing halving for the sound of D. Similarly, for the word field, F will be written through the line, L will be written downward, and it will be thickened because we are having this L for the sound of D. Now, if we will look at stroke R, it will be written downward. As I told you, the root word, the original word should be written with downward R. Only then R can be halved for D, because in the word where we are having R for D, R has to be downward and it will be thickened for D. So now, as you can see in the examples given, clear is written with downward R. So we can very easily write the word clear with downward R halving. In the word clear, downward R is halved and thickened for the sound of D. Similarly, fair. The word fair is written with downward R normally. When we are writing the word fared, downward R will be used plus it will be thickened. I hope this concept of MN, L and R for when we are doing halving of these words for the sound of D is clear to all.
We can have a question from your side, Priyanka ji, just to see if the participants have understood or not.
Sure, ma'am. Okay, now try and make the outline for the word. I'll give you one example for all. Okay, firstly, let me give you an
Ma'am,
example.
for such a question, no, you will have to also log into YouTube because they will put in their answers there.
Okay,
So
okay,
yeah,
right. So, can I ask theory questions, ma'am, so that you can tell me the answer?
sure,
Would
please.
that be fine? Right. Ma'am, any questions from their side as of now?
I'll just ask
Yes.
if there are any questions regarding the session till now. Please ask your questions and put it on the chat box so that I can communicate it with the expert. there is a time lag of 30 to 40 seconds.
Right, ma'am. No issue.
So, so you
Uh,
please, you can ask some questions in between, and they can also ask their questions.
okay. Sure, ma'am. Sure. Okay. Now, let's have a quick recap of this. We categorize the words into two parts for the purpose of having. Name them. Name the two categories in which we will divide the words for the purpose of having.
All right, the question has been asked by the expert. Please do answer. Put your answers on the chat box. Also, if you have any queries regarding the session topic that has been covered till now, so please you can also do that. Please put up your answers. All right, so we are having answers here.
Yes.
Just and they are monosyllabic and polysyllabic.
Right, ma'am. Absolutely
Good,
correct.
great. Ruchika ji, congratulations, you have the right answer.
Now,
Okay.
ma'am, shall I ask few more questions here? Then we
Yeah,
can.
yeah, please go ahead.
Okay. So, what do you understand by the term monosyllabic? How will you define the word monosyllabic?
So, lot many people are answering your first question, monosyllabic and polysyllabic. So, let's see. The second question is, how do you define monosyllabic?
Or if I have to simplify the question would be, what do you understand by the term monosyllabic words? You can give examples also to support your answer.
Okay. In the meantime, if you have any questions, also you can put up on the chat box. Okay, Jyoti Jain ji is saying words with one vowel sound.
Absolutely correct, ma'am.
Correct, correct,
I
ma'am.
also just log into the YouTube channel, ma'am. I can see many people have answered it correctly.
Yes.
Right. So in monosyllabic words, light strokes are halved for what sound? T or D? In monosyllabic words, light strokes are halved for which sound? T or D? Sumati ma'am, the word foot is absolutely correct example of monosyllabic word. Yes. Ruchika ma'am, absolutely correct. In monosyllabic words, light strokes are halved for the sound of T only and not for the sound of D. Manisha ma'am, you have given the example also, the word fight, which is absolutely correct. Harpreet Kaur ma'am, the answer would be T, not D. Right. Okay. In case we are doing halving of L for the sound of T, then L will be written in which direction? My next question is, in case we are doing halving of consonant L, then L will be written in which direction? Upward or downward? If we are doing halving of L for the sound of D consonant, in monosyllabic word, then L will be written in which direction? Downward. Jyoti ji, absolutely correct. It will be written in downward direction and it will be thickened. Ma'am, by seeing the answers, I think they all have understood whatever I have covered so far. What are light words and dark words? Okay, Vasudha ji, you have asked what are light words and dark words. Actually, our consonants are divided into two parts, light and dark consonant, which is the basics of shorthand. The light words means the light consonants in which we hear light sound. For instance, the consonant P is a light stroke, whereas consonant B is a dark stroke where we are putting stress while writing. So that is the basic rule for shorthand. Direction. Right. I think they all have understood the
Yes,
concept and
yes.
they all
And
are
I'm
answering.
seeing the promptness in answers.
Answering. Yes. So can I move forward, ma'am,
Yeah,
with the
please,
next
please
slide?
go ahead.
Right. Okay. So now we'll move forward to the next slide. You all can stop answering. And good to see your prompt response. The next would be the rule again. Here, this is again an exception. Right now, I told you that we are going to do halving of consonant L and R for D. But there are certain exceptions as well where we are not going to do halving of L for D and R also for D. The reason here is whenever we hear the sound of a vowel in between L and D or R and D in a word, in that case, we are not going to reduce the length of our consonants. Rather, the outline have to be written in full. We will write full consonant L, we will write full consonant D so that we can clearly indicate the vowel coming in between the sounds of LD and RD. I'm again repeating vowel between LD and RD in case there is a vowel in between the consonants LD and RD. In that case, we are not going to do halving of L and R for consonant D for the purpose of vowel indication. Now here, for instance, in the word carrot, we are not going to do halving because we hear the sound of vowel E in between Re and D. The sound in the word carried are K, A, R, E, D. Now, as you can see, we hear the sound of E vowel in between Re and D. So, in such cases where we have a vowel coming in between L and D consonant or R and D consonant, there we are not going to do halving of L and R for the sound of D. For instance, in the word delayed, D, E, L, A, D. In the word delayed, again in this word, if you will see, we are hearing the sound of vowel A in between L and D. So in such words, as you can see, the outline will be written in full and halving will not be employed in such words. Few more examples are there on the screen, as you can see in the word followed. In the word followed, L and D, in between L and D, there is a vowel sound O. Followed. Similarly, in the word married, there is a vowel coming in between, which is E. Between the sound of R and D at the end, we hear the sound of vowel E. Also, in the word valued, we hear the sound of diphthong U in between L and D. Therefore, we are not going to do halving in such words. So now here the rule says whenever there is a vowel in between the consonants L and D, and consonant R and D, the outline must be written in full without applying halving for of L for sound D and R for sound D. Similarly, in the word borrowed, b, o, r, o, d, we are hearing the sound of O in between re and D. Thus, we have written complete outline of the word borrowed. Also, in the last example, worried, we are going to write complete outline without doing humming of ray consonant for the sound of D, because in the word worried also we are hearing the sound of E in between R and D. So L and D, R and D cannot be halved if there is a vowel coming in between LD and RD sounds. If there is no vowel, then L and R will be halved for the sound of D, and they will also be thickened as I told you in the previous slide. I hope this is clear to all. Now, let us take up the exceptions to the rule of halving principle. Now, before moving to the exceptions, let us have a quick recap of whatever we have covered as far from the point of rules. The rule says halving is done for the sound of T and D. For the purpose of halving, we will divide the words into two parts, monosyllabic words and polysyllabic words. Monosyllabic words are words which have one vowel sound. In monosyllabic words, light strokes are halved for the sound of T only, whereas dark strokes are halved only for the sound of D. In polysyllabic word, no such rule applies. Halving is done for both the sounds of T or D, whether a light stroke is coming before it or a dark stroke is coming before it. Halving is possible. These are the basic rules. Apart from that, we have learned M, N, L, and R can be halved for the sound of D as well. But in such cases, the sound of D will be halved for the sound of D only. Employed. Halving principle will not be employed or used.
Ma'am, your voice is breaking.
Ma'am, actually, like there is a power cut just now. So we have to wait for 2 minutes. We'll take 2 minutes break, ma'am,
Yeah, please
because
go
we'll
for
have,
two
I have
minutes break, ma'am. Sure.
yeah.
So the participants are informed that we are going for a 2 minutes break. Ma'am is having little internet issue with her, so therefore her communication is not coming, evenly. So we are just breaking off for 2 minutes. Please stay online, stay on the YouTube. She will just join back. In the meantime, I'll request all the participants to just revise what ma'am has taught till now. It will be a great point for you to just recapitulate all that she has taught you so that you can ask questions, or you can always, highlight points where you need to have more clarity. So please go ahead, just take 2 minutes off right now.
Ma'am, am I clearly audible now? Swati, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Can you just speak for some more minutes, seconds?
Sure, ma'am.
Okay, fine. There is small lag, but it's okay. You can continue, ma'am.
Okay, okay, ma'am. Thank you. So now we'll start with the exceptions. As of now, we have covered the rules for having. Now we are going to start with the exceptions. And it's good to know that the rules are going to follow because this will become easier for you to understand the exceptions.
No, ma'am. Your voice is cracking.
Just a second, ma'am.
We cannot hear what you're saying. There's a huge lag between your words.
Okay, just a sec, ma'am. I'll just see what is the issue. Just give me a second. Okay. Swati, ma'am, now am I audible?
Yes, now you're audible, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. So can we continue now?
Yes.
Yes. So now we'll continue with the exceptions of having principle. Exceptions mean even though whatever rules we have covered, the word is fulfilling that criteria, but still we cannot employ or use having in those words. Now, there are certain cases where having principle is not used. The first case is whenever there is a final vowel after T or D sound. In that case, we cannot do having of the consonant immediately preceding the sound of T or D for the purpose of vowel indication, which means if there is a final vowel after the last consonant, which is T or D, then we cannot do having of the consonant coming immediately before that, because we have to place the final vowel after the final consonant, which is either T or D. For example, the word pit. In the word pit, it is a monosyllabic word, p, e, t. In this, we are doing having of consonant p for the sound of t because it is a monosyllabic word. So we can simply do having. But in the word pity, which is also a monosyllabic word, the consonants are p and t. The sounds in this word are p, e, t, e. Now, in this word, this is a polysyllabic word. Now, in polysyllabic word, as per the rule, P should be half for the sound of T. But we cannot do having in this case because if we will have consonant P, we do not have any place to put this final vowel E. Therefore, the words which have a final vowel sound immediately after the last consonant T or D, in such cases, having principle is not used. Thus, pit in the word pit, we will do having, but in the word pity, outline will be written in full to put the final vowel E. Similarly, In the word bid, having principle can be used. B will be hard for the sound of D. But in the word body, having principle cannot be used. Reason, in the word body, there is a final vowel E which is coming immediately after D. So, to indicate this vowel, to show this vowel sign, we cannot do having of consonant D. Also, in the word greed, we can easily do having because there is no final vowel. But in the word greedy, we have to place final vowel E. Therefore, having cannot be done because we have a final vowel E coming immediately after the final consonant D. So, exception says if there is a final vowel after the last sound of T or D, we are not going to use having in such words to place the last vowel. Then, second exception says in case we are having a diphthong, rather, sorry, in case we are hearing the sound of a triphone immediately after the consonant or a triphone which is coming before the sound of T or D. In such cases, we are not going to use having principle. If the sound of a triphone is coming immediately before the sound of T or D, then we are not going to use, we can use. In these cases also, having principle can be employed. Now you can see the word fight. Triphone are used in fight.
Ma'am, your screen has freezed.
Okay, just a second now. Now is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is. It is audible, but you are not visible. I think you can
Okay,
keep
okay.
your video
Just
off so that bandwidth
yes,
is decrease.
right, ma'am. So now in case, now this is the principle where we can use having principle. In case we hear the sound of a triphone also before the sound of T or D, there also we can do having. Having can be employed in case we hear the sound of a triphone immediately before the sound of T or D. For instance, in the word fight, I plus vowel E. So therefore, there is a triphone coming and here we can do having. Then the next is the words where half length stroke R stands alone or it has a final circle S. If a half length stroke R stands alone or it has a final circle S, in that case also we cannot do having. Reason being is if we will try to write these outlines without vowels, then we might confuse ourselves with our short form and should. How do we write and? Small ray above the line, half length ray above the line. Half length ray on the line indicates the word should. So to avoid confusion with and should, ray and ray ts standing alone cannot be halved for the sound of T or D. Therefore, the word rate is written in full. In the word rate, because the only consonants are ray and T, therefore, which makes it as RT. Thus, having is not employed. Similarly, in the word rates, ray, TS, which makes the combination to RTS. Therefore, having principle is not employed. Thus, again, I am repeating to avoid confusion with R and RTS, ray, T and ray TS, whenever they are standing alone, means there is no other consonant or sound apart from this, then we are not going to use having to avoid confusion with and should. Example, in the word write, R, I, T, the consonants are Ray and T. So for Ray and T, only having will not be used. In the word writes, again, it makes the combination to Ray, T and S. The consonants are Ray, T and S. So we will not do having. Similarly, in the word root, the consonants are Ray and T. So we are not going to do having. So whenever in a word we hear the sound of only two consonants which are Ray and T, or three consonants which is Ray, T and S, we cannot use having principle. Reason being is, in such cases, if we will write that outline without vowel, we might confuse ourselves with and should. Thus, to avoid such confusion, we are going to make these outlines in full without doing having. Then the last exception says, where it is not possible for us to express a half length stroke clearly, we will make the outline in full. For instance, I'll just show you the example. If we are making the outline for the word fact, let's try doing having in this word. Let's say I will do having in this word. The consonants in this word for a, t, t. Now this is the sound. It is a monosyllabic word because we are hearing only one vowel sound. Now, in monosyllabic word, the light stroke can be half for the sound of T. So, according to the rule of monosyllabic words, having should be done in this word. The K should be half for the sound of T. But now see, if I am going to do having for K, can you tell me whether the having principle has been employed or not on K? Right? So in such words where having does not clearly show, if we will reduce the length of the consonant to half, but that having will not show clearly, so in such words, having principle will not be used. I'm again repeating, words in which having does not clearly show, there we are not going to use having principle. The example of such words are fact, effect, affect, a, fur, a, k, t. Polysyllabic word. A, first place, consonant F, K. T will be written through the line. Affect. Now, again, if I will try to reduce length of F or length of K for the sound of T, that will not be clearly visible. Therefore, in such cases, we are going to write the outlines in full. I hope this is clear to all. Then there are certain phrases which are being used. Having principle is used to form phrases such as these, which are there on the screen. Now, in this, you can see the outlines very clearly. In this, now, if I'll say write the word if is written like this. But if I have to write the word if it, the F of if will be reduced to half for the sound of it. Similarly, if I have to write if it is, I am writing if it as having of F on the line. then I will add final S circle, in which it is again, for this, the consonant coming immediately before the sound of it is halved while phrasing. So the consonant or the word coming immediately before the sound of it is which? And which is represented by consonant J. So in this case, in will be written in full, J is halved for the sound of it, and we are using S circle for the sound of is again, which is a short form. For the sound of not also, to represent the sound not in phrasing, the word not may N is represented by the hook, and the consonant coming immediately before not will be halved for the sound of T of the word not. I am again repeating. If you will write I am, it will be written in full. But when I am going to write I am not, I contracted form, M and N hook. Now this MN is halved for the sound of T. So not will be represented with N hook and half length consonant immediately coming before the sound of not. Similarly, in the word you are not, you will be written like this. You are, this is you are. But when I have to write you are not, you, half length ray, N hook will represent you are not. This is you will. But when I have to write you will not, you will be halved with N hook for the sound of not. You were will be written in full. For writing you were not, downward R, you were, will be represented with N hook and will be reduced to half length for the sound of not. Now do remember, the how do we write would? Would is a short form, which you all must know. In diphthongs, we have studied the word would, which is written like this on the line. While phrasing, with I, you, and we. While phrasing would with I, you, and we, especially in these cases, would will be represented by half length way. So now if I have to phrase I would, I am going to use contracted form of I with half length way. This will indicate I would. Then you, half length way, would. Similarly, we will be written in full, half length way to represent the word would. Again, with this also, would will be represented by half length way. So now the phrase will be this, half length way for would, then complete consonant B. So this becomes this would be. So this is the end of halving from my side. If you have any queries, you can ask.
So we can wait for some time, for seconds, so that the queries are placed on the website, YouTube chat box.
Yes, ma'am.
So any questions regarding the today's session may please be placed on the chat box.
Ma'am, we still have the doubling portion to cover. So any questions if they have for halving, they can ask, then we can continue with the next part.
Okay, so I think we can continue with the next part. If they have any queries, they can put it on the chat box and I'll take it up to you later.
Sure, sure, ma'am. So let's continue with the next topic, which is doubling. Now, again, what is doubling? What are the principles of doubling? For what sounds are we going to double the consonant? What are the cases where doubling principle will not be used? We are going to take up each and every question in the coming slides. As for the purpose of halving, our consonants, or I should say our words, are divided into two categories, monosyllabic and polysyllabic. For the purpose of doubling, our strokes are divided into two categories, straight strokes and curved strokes. Now we are going to take up the examples and the rules for each of them one by one. First is your doubling principle of strokes. For the curved strokes, doubling means the length of the consonants will be doubled. For instance, if we write F, normally it will be written this on the line. But if I say double the length of F, that means it will be written like this. All the consonants will be doubled. For all the curved consonants will be doubled for the sound of ter, der, and now. Here, half is done for the sound of T and D, whereas doubling is done for the sound of ter, der, and der. Now, doubling will be done for all the curved strokes. Doubling will be done for all these three sounds except L. We will take up the rule for L in the next slide. Apart from that, for all curved strokes, doubling will be done for the consonant sounding ter, der, and der. What will be doubled? The consonant immediately preceding the sound of ter, der, and der will be doubled. Consonant immediately coming before the sound of ter, der, and der will be doubled for the sound of ter, der, and der. For example, in the word after, F will be doubled for the sound of ter. The consonant immediately preceding the sound of ter will be doubled. Similarly, in the word founder, which is a finally hooked word with N, founder, F with N hook will be doubled for the sound of der. Similarly, in the word father, F will double for the sound of der. Father. So, doubling is done for the sound of ter, der, and der. Consonant immediately coming before these sounds will be doubled. And in case of curved strokes, the curved strokes can be doubled for all the three sounds other than N. The rule for L says, when L stands for means in a word, apart from the sound of ter, der, or der, the only consonant is L. In that case, L will be doubled only for the sound of ter, but not for the sound of der or der. Means we will do doubling in the word letter because we hear the sound of ter after L, but we will not do doubling in the word leader because L is the only consonant apart from the sound der. I am again repeating, L will be doubled if L stands alone in a word apart from the sound of ter, and der. Then L will be doubled only for the sound of ter and never for the sound of or der. Similarly, in the word letters, there is a final letter. So S is over there. Also the same rule applies. L will be doubled for the sound of ter with final S. But in the word leather, because apart from L, the only consonant sound is der. Therefore, L will not be doubled for the sound of der. When L stands alone, it is only for sound of der, never for sound of der. And there is an exception to it. The exception is if L is finally hooked. Now, if our L is finally hooked, in that case, it can be doubled for all the three sounds. For instance, in the word lender, the only consonant is L, but it has N hook. Thus, we can double it for the sound
Ma'am,
of
again
der
your
also.
voice is cracking up. I would suggest if you could switch off your
Okay, ma'am.
video. so that
Yes, ma'am, I would.
All right, please
Ma'am,
continue.
now am I clearly audible? Yeah.
Yes, better.
So in the word lender, L will be doubled for louder because it has a final hook N. So again, I'm repeating the rule. All the curved strokes can be doubled for the sound of ter, der, and der, except L, because when L stands alone, it is doubled only for the sound of ter, but never for the sound of der or the. But if L stands alone with a final hook or initial S circle, then it can be doubled for all the three sounds, which is ter, der, and der. So it can be doubled for all the three sounds, which is ter, der, and der. So we can double the word slaughter. We can double the word slider as well. So, lider. L will be doubled for the sound of der. When it comes to straight strokes, there are certain other rules. For straight strokes, doubling will be done only in case, first rule, there should be minimum 2 consonants before the sound of ter, der, or der. Apart from sound of ter, der, or der, there has to be minimum 2 consonants, as in the word chapter. Ch, a, p, ter. So apart from ter, we have 2 consonants, p and ch. But the consonant which is coming immediately before ter will be doubled. The remaining consonant will be written of its usual length. So in the word chapter, che will be written normally, whereas p will be doubled for the sound of ter. So first rule says minimum 2 consonants before the sound of ter, der, and der. Second rule says, in case you want to do doubling with 1 consonant, then there has to be a combination of S circle plus a consonant plus the sound of ter, der, or der. S circle followed by a consonant followed by sound of ter, der, or der. As in the word sa, e, ka, ter. So S circle, K consonant with the sound of ter. And third rule, straight strokes can be doubled if they have a final F or E or N hook or a finally joined diphthong. Means if we have only 1 consonant, but it has a final hook or a finally joined diphthong, then it can be doubled. For instance, the word powder, p, ow, der. P with the final joined diphthong ow is doubled for the sound of der. Similarly, winter, v, e, n, ter. W with finally hooked n will be doubled for the sound of ter. So 3 rules are there. First, 2 consonants minimum before the sound of ter, der, der. Second, S circle plus consonant plus the sound of ter, der, der. Third, a finally joined diphthong or hook with the consonant. And then we hear the sound of ter, der, der. In such cases with straight strokes, doubling is possible. Now, apart from this, we double the consonants for the sound of chur also in certain cases, as in the word future. For the sound of chur, doubling can be done in certain cases, as in the word future. Per, you, chur. Few is doubled for the sound of chur. Similarly, nature. N is doubled for the sound of chur. Similarly, picture, e, ka, chur. K will double immediately coming sound of ch. Or next coming sound of ch. P will be written normally. K will be doubled for the sound of ch. Then doubling can be done for the sound of emper or ember. Emper or ember. There are two ways in which we can represent emper and ember. One way is we can do doubling, and we can do doubling of emp for the sound of r. Doubling of emp consonant or consonant for the sound of r. M is dark M. If you remember 12 consonants, compound consonants, emp or emp. So they are doubled for the sound of r, as in the word chamber. Where we do this doubling? This double length emp or er is used only with downstrokes. कहाँ use होता है? Only with downstroke. Double length emper or ember is used with downstrokes, as in the word chamber. Ch, a. Emp is doubled for the sound of r. So, ember, chamber. Similarly, the word December. The, e, s, e, ember. Ember is doubled because it is coming after a downstroke. So, double length of ember is used. So, whenever we have to write the sound of emper or ember after a downstroke, it will be represented by a dark emp doubled for the sound of r. Second way of writing this is hooked form. Means we are hooking M consonant with R hook. Consonant M with R hook. Doubling of MR. Where it will be used? With the upward strokes and straight strokes. With the upward strokes and straight stroke. For example, the word hamper. Emper की sound के लिए, because it is an upstroke, we will use the hooked form of MR, which is doubled. Similarly, the straight stroke, scamper, so MR will be doubled for the sound of emper. So, ember and emper can be represented in two ways. One is you can represent it with the double consonant emb or emp for the sound of r. Second is M consonant with hooked form of R will be doubled for the sound of emper and ember. Emp or emb, dark consonant M doubled for the sound of r will be used only with the downstroke, whereas form will be used with upstrokes and straight strokes. Then the last is inker and inger. Inker and inger again can be represented in two ways. One is doubling of consonant ing for the sound of kar or gar. Another way is the hooked form of ing with r. In both the cases, now the double length ing will be used for the sound of kar or gar when it stands alone or with the upstrokes. Whenever ing-kar or ing-gar sound is the only sound in a word, then we use doubling of ing. Otherwise, when it is coming with a straight upstroke, then we use doubling of ing for the sound of kar or gar. Example, when it stands alone in the word anger, ang or gar. So here we hear the sound of inger. So in this case, we are going to use doubling of ing consonant for the sound of r because it stands alone. along with upstrokes also. For example, in the word longer, L is an upstroke followed by the sound of inger, longer. So in such cases also, after upstroke, we will use this double length ing for the sound of kar or gar. But in other cases, means with a downstroke and a straight upstroke. So our straight strokes, we will use hooked form of ing doubled. Hooked form means with the R, hook of R, ing consonant will be doubled. So with downstrokes or straight stroke, we will use the hooked form of inker and inger. For example, in the word thinker. Now, think is a short form. If we are going to write it with short form, think or ye inger. So this becomes thinker. Similarly, we will write banker. So hooked form is used with downstrokes and straight strokes. Then the last part is the exceptions. Whenever there is a vowel at the end of a word, doubling principle is not used. For example, in the word enter, we will use doubling e, n, ter. So in the word enter, n will be doubled for the sound of ter. But in the word entry, because there is a final vowel E after the sound of ter, we cannot use doubling principle to put this final vowel sign. Similarly, in case we are having past tenses of the word, which generally contains ed at the end. So, in the case of words where we have past tense, there we cannot use doubling principle. For example, in the word tender, doubling principle will be used. But in the word tendered, which becomes a past tense, doubling will not be used. We will write the complete outline. DR will be half rather for the sound of D. Then the few common uses of phrases. Doubling principle is used in phrases to add the words there, other, and dear. Now, the consonant immediately coming before these sounds will be doubled for the sound while phrasing. For instance, in the word in there, in is written n above the line. When we are writing in there, n above the line will be doubled for the sound of there. Same, have there. Have is another short form V which is written on the line. So in this case, have will be doubled for the sound of there. The other there, जगह की बात जब होती है, I am sure there is. So in this case, we all know how to phrase I am sure. I am sure is written like this. But when we have to write there is along with this, then sure will be doubled for the sound there. And S will be used for the sound of is. Similarly, some other. Some will be doubled for the sound of other. So this is how we write some, but for some other, doubling will be done. Also, while phrasing, we double the sound, we double the consonant immediately coming before the sound of dear. So in the word my dear sir, my will be doubled for the sound of dear, and then we will write sir. My double kiya for the sound of dear, and then S circle and downward R, sir. Similarly, double length indicates my dear, and this is the remaining outline for madam, mad, M halved for D, then M. So how do we write madam? M ki halving for D, and M will be written in full, mad. That's it in case of doubling. If you have any questions, you can ask. Swati ma'am, over to you.
Yes, ma'am. I was just going through the YouTube messages. So
Right, ma'am.
I understand there are certain people who like to, disturb a online going training, but we just need to avoid them and not give them due importance. This is for all the participants. I understand your acumen towards learning. However, what we can do is now that the training is over, today's session is over. I'll give you at least 1 minute to please put up your queries on the chat box so that I can put it up to ma'am, because today's session has been very good and it talks about a particular rules, halving and doubling rules, which are like the basics of shorthand. So we had this in shorthand Hindi also, so I can understand how important it is. So I would request you to kindly put up your queries on the YouTube, and we can put it up to ma'am. Ruchika ji, no, we don't have to fill the both of the forms. This training is divided into two. In the morning we had typography and computer applications, and in the afternoon we had shorthand English. So whichever subject you teach, you attend that training and fill up the attendance. And I can also ask you all, those who have joined us and have are not teaching this subject but here for knowledge, I would request you to go back to your administration, speak about this training, and if you feel like going affiliating yourself with this subject, then tomorrow I'll tell you how we can go on to the CBSE portal and get affiliated to this particular subject. And if there are any other queries, please put up on the uh, chat box. Assignment link you will be sent on your mail. So see, there are 2-3 levels of check that we are keeping here, because CBSE certificate has its importance in the education sector, and we accept and we acknowledge that. So for this, you have first nice time when you are screened is when you get registered. See, knowledge is for everybody, and that's how we believe in CBSE. So everybody is allowed to join on YouTube. However, only registered participants and their attendance is, in a way, is a guiding light to us, and only to those we send the assessment slip. So all those who have joined us here and are not teaching or are not registered, they can please stay with us because it's a good learning. But then assessments will be sent only to the registered teaching the faculties of this two subjects. Any other query? So tomorrow the morning session again will start around 10:05. It is on computer applications and typography. After 12, 15, 30, we'll start with this shorthand English. It all depends on the length of the topic that is taken by the experts, but generally we try to finish up by 12:20 or 12:30. Any other queries? All right. I think there are no queries, ma'am, but still we can wait for another 20-30 minutes. If you have any parting words, you can just share with us, because I think this is all about practice. It is all about practice. Both of the today's topic is skill based, so you need to practice a lot, and only then you will be able to have a foothold on the subject. So Priyanka ma'am, I thank you a lot for your time and all the efforts you have taken to make this session such a wonderful, interactive and productive one. Your way of presentation is also very appreciated by me and the participants. So if you have any parting words, you can say, and tomorrow we'll be meeting anyhow.
Ma'am, I would like to thank the candidates also who have appreciated. I was just going through the messages sent by them. And it's not only about the way we teach, it's about the interest that they show in learning. learning as well.
Yes.
Right, we are putting in our efforts, but they are also giving their 100% concentration in learning that thing. So that also matters a lot, ma'am.
That's
So
true.
it goes hand in hand. Only my efforts are not enough. They are also giving a lot of their time and patience. Like we are taking it only for 2.5 hours, but they have been with us for more around, I think so, for 4 hours or so. So their patience also is very appreciated, ma'am.
Absolutely,
Their keenness
absolutely.
to learn things.
So with this, I
Right.
think we can. I just go to the YouTube and see. Okay, we don't have much of the any query related to the topics. As far as assessments are concerned, I've already replied to that query. So with this, Priyanka ma'am, I would request. I would thank you for your time and patience, and all the participants for their active participation. And with this, I think we can call off the today's training session. We'll meet again tomorrow at 10. Please join according to your subject and according to which topic you're teaching in these schools. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.